Chapter 283. That person might have escaped to the big city, but that direction doesn't seem to be in the same direction. Do you want to go? Yi Xian asked again. Let's go. Lin Shui said solemnly. Yi Xian didn't mind. After all, he was only here to explore the middle state. He didn't plan to stay here for long. They didn't know where the heavenly thunder eagle had flown to, so the two could only walk to the big city. Lin Shui's speed was slower, so the two spent more than half a day to reach the big city. Bramble City. Yi Xian raised his head to take a look, then walked in. However, what they didn't know was that when they entered the city, they were already being watched. After entering the city, they found an inn to stay for the night, then they went out again. This is the middle state. We're not familiar with this place. How do you want to find that person? After leaving the inn, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Lin Shui glanced at him and said, "There's a force in the middle state. They know everything and are omnipotent. As long as they can afford it, they can do anything." Oh? There's such a force? Yi Xian was very interested. If they could afford it, would they be able to find someone to assassinate the city lord of the Middle State's #1 city? Then, he quietly followed behind Lin Shui. After a while, they arrived in front of a building. There were only 3 words on the signboard at the entrance: everything. Lin Shui took the lead and walked in. Yi Xian followed closely behind. Immediately, a waiter walked over. He looked at Yi Xian and said, "Is there anything you need?" "I want to investigate a person." Lin Shui said directly. "Okay, this way please." The waiter directly led the two into a side room, then took out a form for Lin Shui to fill in. Name, age, gender, appearance, cultivation level, weapon used, martial arts skills. Lin Shui casually wrote a few words and handed it to the waiter. Unknown name, a man between 30 to 40 years old. Initial Earth Core Realm. Uses a 4-foot-long sword with the word "hole" carved on it. Looks wretched. Has a middle-aged man friend. Hobbies. The waiter read out the information. After Yi Xian heard this, he couldn't help but shudder. F***ck, why did he even mention that awesome person's information? However, with such confidence, he should be able to lock onto a person. He just didn't know which city that person was in. Please pay 100 top-grade crystals as a deposit first and leave your address. It will take you at most 4 hours to find out where he lives. Then you will pay another 400 top-grade crystals, the attendant replied. Yi Xian was shocked again. Damn, it actually cost 500 top-grade crystals to investigate a person. That was enough to buy a mid-grade spirit weapon. Lin Shui was very generous. She took out 100 high-grade crystal stones and handed them over. Then, she told him the name of the inn and the number of the courtyard. Then, the two of them returned to the inn. Shui, aren't you being a little too generous? You should have just looked for me then. Why do you have to spend 500 top-grade crystal stones to investigate this person now? After returning to the inn, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. It's none of your business. I will kill him myself, Lin Shui replied indifferently. Cough, even if you find him, he is coincidentally in the city. How are you going to kill him? Are you going to kill him in the city? Yi Xian asked back. Humph, Lin Shui snorted and didn't say anything. Yi Xian felt helpless. Why did he feel that the Lin Shui recently was different from the Lin Shui in the Heavenly Yuan sect? The waiter from before had said that it would take at most 4 hours to find out the information. 4 hours was equivalent to 4 hours. Therefore, Yi Xian and Lin Shui waited in the inn. After about an hour, someone finally came. When Lin Shui heard the knocking sound, she opened the door. Both of you, I have found the person you are looking for. However, you will have to pay the remaining 400 top-grade crystals first. The person who came was a young man around 25 years old. He had just entered the Earth Core realm and his talent was not bad. Lin Shui didn't say anything and passed the remaining top-grade crystals to him. Then, the young man passed a sheepskin scroll to him. Kong Rong, the eldest son of the Kong family in Thorn City. Initial Earth Core realm, 33 years old. Kong family is located in the north of Thorn City. The sheepskin scroll was very detailed. It was the information of the wretched young man. I knew it. That person appeared near Thorn City. It is very likely that he is from Thorn City. Man, why don't you go and inquire about the Kong family first? Wasting 500 top-grade crystals for nothing, you still don't have enough experience. Yi Xian said after the horse had left. Lin Shui rolled her eyes. Indeed, she was too impatient. However, she didn't want Yi Xian to be stronger than her. Forget it. Now that you have found out about that person, what are you going to do next? Sneak into the Kong family? Yi Xian turned around and asked. Yes. Lin Shui nodded. Yi Xian continued, then let's go. It's about time. However, at this time, Lin Shui suddenly stopped him. I will go alone. Are you sure? Yi Xian was in disbelief. You stay here. I will settle this myself. Lin Shui said and left. Yi Xian looked at her leaving figure and muttered, this girl is so stubborn today. Forget it, I will go alone. Otherwise, I will be annoyed. He said and went back into the house. However, a few minutes later, he came out again. No, Sect Master Imo and Grand Elder asked me to take care of her. If something happens, how am I going to answer to them? Yi Xian thought about it and decided to follow. However, there was another problem. He didn't know where the Kong family was. It was late at night. Although there were many people on the streets, it was easy to alert the enemy. Therefore, he could only go to Wanshi. A place like Wanshi kept their customers' information confidential. Moreover, it was very efficient to find out about the Kong family. Not long after, he came to Wanshi again and spent 100 high-quality crystals to find out where the Kong family was. However, when he arrived at the Kong family, his whole body trembled. He knew that something bad was going to happen. At this time, the Kong family was in an uproar. He could clearly hear someone shouting, "Assassin! This girl's stealth skills are too bad. Don't tell me she didn't even change her clothes?" A vein popped out on Yi Xian's forehead. When Lin Shui was in Lianyan City, she was a well-bred girl. She had always been cultivating in the Lin family and rarely left home. After entering the Heavenly Yuan sect, he would still remain in the Heavenly Yuan sect. At most, he would have some management skills, but he would be lacking in other aspects. Yi Xian finally understood why Imo Ziyun asked the Grand Elder to let him come to Zhong province with Lin Shui. End of chapter. Chapter 284. Without wasting any time, Yi Xian immediately snuck into the Kong family. With his dark shadow leopard bloodline, even a heavenly core warrior wouldn't be able to find him. Using his tracking ability, he soon found Lin Shui. Right at this moment, Lin Shui was surrounded by all the warriors from the Kong family. There were 2 pools of blood on her white dress. She was injured. Little girl, which family are you from? How dare you sneak into the Kong family? You sure have guts. A middle-aged man said with a sneer on his face. Lin Shui ignored his question and asked directly, where is Kong Rong? Kong Rong? So you're here for him. TSK, 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 I didn't expect Kong Rong to find a good woman, and now you're here. I'm sorry, we thought you were an assassin, but we didn't expect you to be here for Kong Rong. The middle-aged man said with a wretched smile. Lin Shui's face darkened. Did all these people from the Kong family think with their lower bodies? Men, go get the eldest young master. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and a guard from the Kong family immediately left. Both parties were in a deadlock, while Yi Xian was carefully observing the situation from the rooftop. That middle-aged man should be a late Earth Core warrior. There are 3 initial Earth Core warriors around him, and the rest are either early Earth Core warriors or late Mortal Core warriors. This Kong family is pretty strong. Yi Xian immediately saw through these men's cultivation. He estimated that if he went down there, he would be able to kill all of them within 10 seconds, including that late Earth Core warrior. But, he didn't want to go down there right now, because he knew that if he suddenly attacked, he would definitely make Lin Shui angry. He decided to take a look first. Soon, the wretched young man from before appeared. Kong Rong quickly walked over and said, "It really is you, you bastard. You killed a few of my friends, and you still dare to come to my Kong family? You really don't know what's good for you." "Oh? Kong Rong, this girl, is she one of your friends?" The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. "Second uncle, I haven't enjoyed her yet." "We can capture her, then." Kong Rong suddenly revealed a wretched smile. Previously, when he returned to Thorn City, he had already sent people to watch the city gates. When Yi Xian and Yi Xian entered the city, he already knew. Originally, he had wanted to lead a group of experts to launch a sneak attack on Yi Xian and Yi Xian, but he hadn't expected the other party to take the initiative to attack him. "Alright, Earth Core stage." "Alright, I haven't tried it yet." Before the middle-aged man could finish his words, a sharp sword beam swept over. Frightened, the middle-aged man hastily raised his hand to block it. However, in the next instant, he was sent flying. Kong Rong was shocked. His second uncle was a profound Earth Core warrior, and Lin Shui was only slightly stronger than him. It was impossible for her to hurt his second uncle with a sneak attack. What? That weapon? Could it be a high-grade Earth-tier artifact? Kong Rong's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. A high-grade Earth tool. This was extremely rare in the Central State. "Go, kill this woman, together." Kong Rong immediately shouted. When the surrounding guards heard him, they immediately launched an attack. On the roof. I never thought that the soaring heaven sword that the Grand Elder gave to Clan Master Mo would be in her hands. No wonder she had the guts to charge in. I really don't understand. If she had directly used the soaring heaven sword that day, Kong Rong would have been dead by now. Why bother? Yi Xian was slightly helpless. However, Lin Shui's method was the same as his. Kill. Revenge must be exacted. The Kong family was able to stand tall in such a big city in the Central State. They must have a very strong foundation. Thinking of this, Yi Xian quietly moved closer. If he found that Lin Shui couldn't handle it, he would make a move. In the courtyard, after Lin Shui took out the high-grade Earth-tier soaring heaven sword, her strength increased greatly. She was invincible, and no one could block her sword. Soon, those guards were either dead or crippled. In less than half a minute, all of them fell to the ground. Tisk, tsk, tisk. At this time, the Kong family's second master, Kong Quan, who was sent flying by Lin Shui's sword, walked out with a lewd smile. On his shoulder, there was a long bloodstain that was caused by Lin Shui's. He greedily looked at the soaring heaven sword in Lin Shui's hand and said, "I never thought that a little girl would actually have a high-grade Earth-tier weapon. It seems like your identity is not ordinary. However, since you have intruded into my Kong family, even if you are the city lord of Thorn City, you will not be able to walk out of my Kong family today." Humph. Lin Shui coldly snorted and did not speak. At this time, other than her, only Kong Rong and Kong Quan were left standing here. 2. Uncle, cripple him. The sword is yours, give me the person. Kong Rong also wished for the world to be in chaos. He did not think that Lin Shui could win against Kong Quan. Alright, wait until I cripple her and play with her again. I will give her to you. Kong Quan walked towards Lin Shui, as Ling Yi sneered. Lin Shui was at the small success Earth Core realm, holding a high-grade Earth-tier weapon. Kong Quan had reached the Earth Core realm and was holding a mid-grade Earth-tier weapon. Both of them were not ordinary people. No one knew who was stronger. Yi Xian was also curious. Boom! After a muffled sound, the two people in the courtyard started to fight. Lin Shui was dressed in white. Her body was strong and healthy as she continuously attacked Kong Quan. However, she could not even catch Kong Rong, let alone Kong Quan, who was stronger. In less than 3 seconds, Lin Shui's shoulder was hit by a palm. The soaring heaven sword in her hand was uncontrollably snatched away by Kong Quan. Not good. Lin Shui's face darkened. The high-grade Earth-tier weapon, soaring heaven sword, was her trump card. Now that it was snatched away by her opponent, she was in trouble. At this time, she was already regretting her actions. Why did she have to show off? Ha ha ha, little girl, now that your trump card is gone, you should obediently surrender. As long as you cripple your own cultivation, you will not suffer any physical pain. Then, obediently serve my uncle and niece. Maybe we will let you live. Kong Quan laughed. Lin Shui's face darkened. As soon as Kong Quan finished speaking, she turned around and left. You still want to run in front of me? Kong Quan's eyes widened. He quickly rushed in front of Lin Shui, and struck out with his palm. This palm was aimed 3 inches below Lin Shui's navel. That was her dantian. Lin Shui's face was ashen. At this time, the first thing she thought of was Yi Xian. However, she knew that she was done for. In another second, her dantian would be shattered and she would become a cripple. Then, she would be captured by the Kong family and suffer a fate worse than death. However, at this critical moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Whoosh! A cold light flashed in the night sky. It was like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, it pierced through Kong Quan's wrist and destroyed his dantian energy. Kong Quan felt the pain. He reflexively retracted his arm and shouted, "Who is it?" His reaction was very fast. He turned his head and saw a figure walking out from the dark corner of the courtyard. End of chapter. Chapter 285. What? There's someone in the corner? Kong Quan was shocked. With his profound Earth Core realm cultivation, he didn't notice anyone. How was that possible? Lin Shui was also stunned. She immediately rushed towards the intruder. At this moment, her eyes were shining with hope. The person who attacked just now was Yi Xian. He slowly walked out from the corner. The moonlight shone on his face, allowing Lin Shui to recognize him. You're amazing. You infiltrated a family without wearing night clothes. Yi Xian looked at Lin Shui helplessly. The latter subconsciously glanced at Yi Xian and saw that he was also wearing white clothes. She immediately rolled her eyes. Kid, where did you come from? Kong Quan looked at Yi Xian with fear. It's you? Kong Rong, who was standing at the side, recognized him. However, Yi Xian didn't want to waste time. He quickly drew his mid-grade earth tool bow and shot an arrow. Swoosh! The arrow was as fast as lightning and entered between Kong Rong's eyebrows. What? Kong Quan was shocked. He quickly ran towards Yi Xian and stabbed with the sword in his left hand. 8 Barren Wind Formation, Sky Break. Bang! Lin Shui only saw a flash in front of her. Kong Quan's body slowed down and then fell in front of Yi Xian. There was a big bloody hole in Kong Quan's back. Yi Xian quickly cleaned up the mess and put everything away. He then pulled Lin Shui and left. Didn't I tell you not to follow me? After leaving the Kong family, Lin Shui couldn't help but ask. Yi Xian said helplessly, if I didn't follow you, you should be able to imagine what would happen to you. Do you want to end up like that? Lin Shui didn't say anything. After a while, she said, thank you. We can't stay in Thorn City any longer. Let's go. Yi Xian said directly. But the city gate is closed. Lin Shui frowned. How can a city wall that's only a few dozen meters be a problem for me? Furthermore, with your current cultivation level, you can even tear down the entire city wall. Your thinking is too limited. Yi Xian had a lecturing look on his face. Lin Shui didn't. She retorted. Her time in the world was still too short, and she needed more experience. The two of them quickly arrived at the foot of the city wall. They had already killed the higher-ups of the Kong family. At this time, the Kong family would definitely be furious, so they could not act rashly and alert the enemy. Yi Xian did not even greet Lin Shui. He directly grabbed her by the waist and leaped. The 60-meter-high city wall was a piece of cake for him. He easily jumped onto the city wall and ran a few steps forward before jumping off. Suddenly, a pair of wings appeared on Yi Xian's back. He held Shui in his arms and glided through the air. Lin Shui felt the night wind caressing her face. Her feelings were very complicated. Firstly, she had already broken off her engagement with Yi Xian. Secondly, Yi Xian already had a fiancé. Thirdly, she had been saved by Yi Xian several times. The two of them flew in the air for a while before landing in a forest. You should treat it first. Don't leave any scars. Yi Xian put Lin Shui down and said. Okay. Lin Shui nodded. She then walked behind a tree and undid her clothes to treat her injuries. Yi Xian also felt that the two sword wounds on Lin Shui were small wounds that did not affect her movement. Therefore, they had to continue their journey tonight. They had to leave Thorn City first to avoid being wanted. Lin Shui treated her wounds and then left with Yi Xian. With their speed, they would reach Guangjin City in 1 or 2 days. 2 days later, outside Guangjin City. We're finally here. Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief. He had been rushing for 2 days, but it felt like he had been rushing for half a month. He had to admit that a warrior without a body refiner was very weak. He would need to rest after a few hours of rushing. With his own speed, he would be able to reach Guangjin City in half a day. It was already late at night, and the city gates were about to close. They had just caught the last bus. All right, where is your senior disciple? After entering the city, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. As long as he sent Lin Shui to his senior disciple, he would be able to find the Alliance Chief of the Divine Prefecture Alliance, Zheng Miao. He has a house in the west of the city. Lin Shui said. After that, she left with Yi Xian. Guangjin City was the main city in this area. The city lord was equivalent to the emperor of an empire. It was said that he was a super strong warrior at the initial Heavenly Core realm. Guangjin City was huge. It had already surpassed the size of the Heavenly Yuan sect, and there were millions of people living there. It took them some time to find the residence of the Heavenly Yuan sect's senior disciple. Lin Shui knocked on the door, but there was no response. Are you sure it's here? Yi Xian asked. It's here. Lin Shui pointed at the plaque on top of the door. Pang Mansion. It's the right place, but it's empty, there's not a single servant here. Yi Xian said in an indifferent tone. Lin Shui was shocked. She immediately jumped over the wall and walked around. Just like what Yi Xian said, there was no one here. How did you know? After coming out, Lin Shui couldn't help but ask. How can I tell you a secret? Yi Xian rolled his eyes and said, let's go, I think he moved somewhere else. Let's go look for him. Wanshi was a special force in the central state. You could find people, buy things, and even kill people there, as long as you had the money, they could do it. Yi Xian and Lin Shui went to Wanshi again. Then, Lin Shui filled in a form. But this time, Yi Xian noticed that the attendant's face twitched. We have this person's information in Wanshi right now, it only costs 100 high-grade crystal stones. The attendant said. Lin Shui paid the money directly. Then, the waiter went out for a while and came back in less than a minute with a parchment scroll in his hand. Pang Xing, adopted by the mayor of Guangjin City a month ago. He is now the young mayor of Guangjin City. His strength has reached the profound earth core realm. When Yi Xian and Lin Shui finished reading, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. The senior disciple of the Heavenly Yuan sect was adopted by the mayor of Guangjin City, and his strength had even reached the profound earth core realm. This was something that they never expected. Young mayor, that means he's living in the mayor's mansion in Guangjin City. Yi Xian said slowly. The mayor of Guangjin City was a super warrior at the early heavenly core realm. Pang Xing had reached the heavens in a single bound. If that was the case, as long as Pang Xing recommended them, they would be able to join forces with the other forces. They should be able to return to the Heavenly Yuan sect and kill that peak Heavenly Core Green Source Giant. Without hesitation, Yi Xian and Lin Shui started walking towards the mayor's mansion. End of chapter. Chapter 286. Stop right there, who are you? When the captain of the guard saw someone walking towards them, he immediately shouted out. This is the junior apprentice sister of your young mayor, please inform him. Yi Xian directly replied. At the same time, he was very surprised in his heart. There were a total of 10 guards in this group, and the captain had just broken through to the Earth Core realm. The rest of them were all at the late Mortal Core realm. The Central Province was indeed the Central Province. Junior apprentice sister? The captain furrowed his brows and said, Are you kidding me? Our mayor doesn't belong to any sect, how could he have a junior apprentice sister? How dare you impersonate her? Capture them. Don't belong to any sect? Could it be that you're mistaken? Yi Xian was slightly startled, but he still believed in the ability to do anything. If this was the case, then Pang Xing must have lied about not belonging to any sect. Right at this moment, all the guards were on the move, preparing to capture Yi Xian and Shui Shui. Let me do it. Just as Yi Xian was about to teach these snobbish guards a lesson, Lin Shui whispered and dashed forward. In less than half a minute, all the guards were lying on the ground, unable to get up after being beaten by Lin Shui. How dare you resist? Do you know where you are? The captain of the guard said fiercely. You can choose not to believe us, but if we are really your young mayor's friends, then you'll have offended him. Are you sure you don't want to inform him? Yi Xian kindly reminded. The captain of the guard stayed silent for a while, then he said, What are your names? Lin Shui, you just need to tell the young mayor our names, then he'll know. Yi Xian replied. All right, then you just wait here. If you aren't, then you'll be wanted. The captain of the guards believed them this time, then he turned around and entered the mayor's mansion. Just now, he didn't pay much attention to Yi Xian and Shui, because they were so young. But after being defeated by Lin Shui, he realized that Yi Xian and Shui, were not ordinary people. Soon, the captain of the guards came back. How was it? Yi Xian asked with a smile. Excuse me, this way please. When the guard captain appeared again, he endured the pain in his body and smiled. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page, welcome. It seemed that Pang Xing was the first senior brother of the Heavenly Yuan sect. Then, Yi Xian and Lin Shui entered the city lord's mansion under the lead of this guard. The two of you, the young city lord is currently busy, so he asked me to arrange a place for you to stay. The young city lord will be here shortly. After the captain finished speaking, he arranged a courtyard for Yi Xian and Lin Shui, respectively, and left. After traveling for 2 days, Lin Shui was also tired, so Yi Xian returned to the courtyard next door to rest first. Now, his mission was almost complete, which was to escort Lin Shui to Guangjin City. Next, he was going to the Divine Prefecture main city to look for Zheng Miao, the leader of the Divine Prefecture Alliance, who was ranked first on the heaven roll. He had decided to rest for the night and set off the next day. Guangjin City's mayor is at the initial heavenly core realm, so he must have a high-grade earth tool with him. He should be able to deal with the green source giant. But, if the Soaring Heaven Mansion and Heavenly Yuan sect want to take advantage of the situation, they can't be monopolized by one faction. I need to get more people. Yi Xian was planning something in his own room. Currently, he liked to plan for the future. But, right at this moment, he suddenly heard a series of footsteps. Light footsteps, it's an expert. I think it's the first senior brother of the Heavenly Yuan sect, Pang Xing. Yi Xian only sensed the footsteps for a moment, but he didn't pay much attention to it. However, a few minutes later, he could not help but frown again. He actually heard the sound of an argument. His courtyard was right next to Lin Shui's, so no sound could escape his ears. Shui, don't you know my heart? I love you from the bottom of my heart. Now, I've been adopted by the city lord as his foster son. Follow me, and when I become the city lord, you'll be the city lord's wife. It was an unfamiliar man's voice, and without a doubt, it was Pang Xing. Senior brother, how can you do this? Now that the Heavenly Yuan sect has been destroyed, everyone is temporarily staying in the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Do you want us to stay like this for the rest of our lives? Lin Shui's voice rang out. The Heavenly Yuan sect, it's just a small sect. My foster father can destroy it with a single order. Now that I'm the young city lord of Guangjin City, why should I return to the Heavenly Yuan sect? Shui, don't go back either, just stay here with me from now on. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page, Pang Xing continued. Hearing this, Yi Xian's brows furrowed tightly. He felt that something was amiss. The Heavenly Yuan sect had nurtured Pang Xing, but Pang Xing was ungrateful and did not respect the Heavenly Yuan sect at all. What an ingrate! No, I'm indebted to Master, so how can I abandon the Heavenly Yuan sect? Senior brother, just tell me if you'll help me or not. I can help, but you have to agree to marry me first. Otherwise, why should I help? Senior brother, my foster father's son was killed by a disciple from a sect, that's why he hates sects the most. Also, because of this, there isn't a single sect in the Guangjin city. If I want him to send a powerful warrior to help, it won't be easy. Of course, as long as you agree, I'll help you convince my foster father. I can't promise you. Lin Shui answered without thinking. This was her personality, she hated being forced or threatened by others. Junior sister, the moment you arrived at the Heavenly Yuan sect, I've fallen in love with you. For the past 2 years, I've been paying attention to you all the time. You have great talent, and I'm sure you'll surpass me in the future. That's why I took the risk to leave the Heavenly Yuan sect and come to the Central Province to train. I wanted to become stronger, so that I can be a good match for you. Now, I've done it. My foster father is a mid-heavenly core warrior, and he stands at the pinnacle of the heavenly water continent. As long as you follow me, I'm sure you'll become a heavenly core warrior in the future, and you might even surpass my foster father. You might even reach the 4th realm of the spirit realm. You. Pang Xing started talking at length, trying to convince Lin Shui. Stop talking, I won't agree to it. Senior brother, since you're not going to help me, then I'll take my leave. After saying that, Lin Shui turned around and left. Right at this moment, Pang Xing suddenly grabbed onto her wrist and said, Shui, if you don't agree to it, I won't let you go. Senior brother, don't force me to do it. Lin Shui suddenly took out the soaring heavens sword. Pang Xing's eyes became serious, and a greedy look appeared in his eyes. Shui, even if you have a high-ranked earth weapon, I don't think you're my match. Just follow my orders. Swoosh. Before he could finish his words, a piercing sound could be heard. Lin Shui couldn't take it anymore, and she took action. End of chapter. Chapter 287. Kill. Pang Xing dodged the sword and retreated. Even though he reacted quickly, his shoulder was grazed by the sword. However, he ignored it and said, Shui, you actually attacked me. I know, you must have fallen in love with someone else. I heard from the guards that a pretty boy came with you. Who is he? Senior brother, don't talk nonsense. Lin Shui's face darkened. I see, you two are already together. You bitch, I wanted to find time to return to the Sky Yuan sect to marry you. How dare you have an affair behind my back? Now, I'll capture you and strip you naked in front of him. I'll let him watch me do. Before Pang Xing could finish, Lin Shui took a step forward and stabbed him with her sword. She was extremely disappointed. She did not expect her dignified senior brother to be such a beast. However, in the next moment, she saw Pang Xing take out a weapon and block her attack. Clang! Lin Shui's soaring cloud sword was knocked away. Then, Pang Xing slapped her chest, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood and fly backward. I have a high-grade earthly weapon too. You bitch, how dare you try to kill me? I'll *ck you up. Pang Xing said viciously as he walked toward Lin Shui. However, at this moment, swish! A cold light flashed. Pang Xing was shocked. He quickly waved his right hand and destroyed the cold light. However, he felt a chill in front of his chest. When he looked down, he saw that there was a large hole in his chest. Once he lowered his head, he could no longer raise it. He fell backward, blood spurting out and drenching his clothes. Lin Shui turned around and saw Yi Xian flip over the wall and land on the ground. He then put away Pang Xing's universe ring and high-grade earthly weapon. You killed him? Lin Shui asked in surprise. You silly girl, didn't you hear what he just said? Do you still think he's your senior brother? Yi Xian helplessly walked over and checked Lin Shui's injuries. He sighed and said, he really hit you hard. If you had just broken through to the Earth Core realm, you would have been killed by that palm strike. After he finished speaking, he picked Lin Shui up and jumped out of the courtyard. You, Lin Shui stared at Yi Xian with her eyes wide open. What? You? A young mayor of the central province is killed? Guangjin City is going to fall into chaos? Are you going to stay here and wait to be caught? Yi shook his head, then he quickly. However, not long after he left the courtyard, a figure flashed out and slammed a palm toward him. Bang! Xian's, Yi Xian's god. Damn it, it must be a heavenly core warrior. He Shui Xian, Shui Xian, how dare you assassinate the young mayor? I'll kill you. A deep voice sounded out in Yi Xian's ears, scaring him so much that he quickly stood up. Bang! A large crater had been blasted out of the place where he had been lying just now, and thick smoke was still rising from it. Yi Xian couldn't help but shiver. If he had been a little slower, he would have been seriously injured. Who are you? Yi Xian stood up and asked in fear. A dead man doesn't need to know my name. A middle-aged man slowly walked out. He was the one who sneak-attacked Yi Xian just now, causing Yi Xian to throw away the beauty in his arms. Heavenly Core Realm, he really is a Heavenly Core warrior. Luckily he's just a young Heavenly Core warrior, or else I would have been dead by now. Yi Xian thought to himself. Although he was just a young Heavenly Core warrior, this time, he would need to exchange for a high-ranked earth-rank martial skill in order to fight against this man. Lin Shui also stood up from the ground. She knew the cultivation level of this middle-aged man in front of her. With a pale face, she said, "I'm the one who killed Pang Xing, not him." "Shut up, you little bitch. You're going to die soon." The middle-aged man didn't want to waste any more time. He took a big step forward and threw out a punch. He wanted to take Yi Xian's life. His speed was so fast that it was beyond Lin Shui's reaction. But before this, Yi Xian had already swallowed a pill. Great strength pill. At the same time, he spent 50 devour crystals to exchange for a high-ranked earth-rank martial skill. Poof. 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 Explode technique, explode all 3 orifices. Heavenly Tyrant Fist. A thick Dan energy gushed out from his body. As Yi Xian threw out a punch, the Dan energy poured into his other fist. Bang! A loud explosion sounded out. It was as if a bomb had just exploded. The shockwave sent Lin Shui, who was a small heavenly core warrior, flying backwards. At the same time, another figure was sent flying in the opposite direction. It wasn't Yi Xian, it was the middle-aged heavenly core warrior. What? The middle-aged man was shocked. His eyes were wide open, and he couldn't believe what just happened. His punch just now was powerful enough to kill a late earthly core warrior, but he was still sent flying by Yi Xian. How was this possible? High-ranked earth-rank gloves, high-ranked earth-rank martial skill? In an instant, the middle-aged man realized what was going on. Not only did he have a high-ranked earth-rank weapon, but Yi Xian also had a high-ranked earth-rank martial skill. This was out of his expectations. But, before he could land on the ground, he saw Yi Xian suddenly appear in front of Lin Shui. He carried her in his arms and left the place in an instant. Plop. The moment the middle-aged man landed on the ground, he quickly jumped up and chased after Yi Xian. But, in the next second, he was shocked to find out that Yi Xian was gone. So fast, who is this guy? The middle-aged man was shocked. He looked around again, but didn't find anything strange. It looked like Yi Xian had left. I need to report this to the mayor as soon as possible. The middle-aged man turned around and left. In his mind, he was imagining how the mayor of Guangjin would be enraged. The mayor of Guangjin was old, his only son was killed by a disciple from a sect. He had been listening to the news all these years, and when he finally found a suitable adopted son, he was killed by someone else. Perhaps, the entire Zhong province would be shaken. But, what the middle-aged man didn't know was that after he left, 2 figures walked out from a corner of the courtyard. Hugh, luckily my dark shadow leopard bloodline has been upgraded to a high rank, and I can move things I touch. If not, I would have been discovered. Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief, then he said, "We can't stay here any longer, let's leave the city now." Last time, he killed Kong Rong and Kong Quan, and was forced to leave Thorn City. This time, he killed the young mayor of Thorn City, Pang Xing, and was forced to leave again. It was really bitter. Chapter 288. The hunt. Both of them quickly left the mayor's mansion, then they chose the nearest city gate and left. The attack just now had depleted all of Yi Xian's core energy, and he couldn't even unleash the 8 desolate wind formation, so he had no choice but to run. If he didn't, he could have used the heavenly break formation again, and perhaps he could have killed that middle-aged man. A heavenly core warrior definitely had a lot of wealth. But too bad, he had missed the opportunity. If there was a next time, the middle-aged man would definitely use all of his strength and wouldn't underestimate Yi Xian anymore. At that time, Yi Xian's chances of survival would be less than 20%. After leaving the city, Yi Xian quickly healed Lin Shui, as well as himself. After that, they started heading in the same direction. Originally, they thought this would be a simple task, they just needed to spread the news about the green source giant. But now, it looked like they couldn't let the mayor know about this. If they did, the Sky Yuan sect and Soaring Heaven Mansion wouldn't have anything to do with the Green Source Giant. After killing Pang Xing, Yi Xian brought Lin Shui, and ran for the entire night before they finally stopped. Lin Shui, spent the entire night in Yi Xian's arms. When Yi Xian put her down, she still had the same shocked expression on her face. You ran for the entire night, aren't you tired? Lin Shui, asked in shock. I'm fine, I'm a body-refining cultivator, my recovery speed is very fast. Yi Xian slowly explained. This was all thanks to the myriad flower bloodline, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to run for the entire night. Lin Shui, stared at him in shock. Yi Xian's speed last night was incredibly fast, and she reckoned he had already surpassed Mo Ziyun. But in the next second, her expression turned gloomy, because the gap between her and Yi Xian had widened once again. What's wrong? Yi Xian looked at Lin Shui, and asked curiously. Lin Shui shook her head. She hesitated for a moment, then said, I just have a question for you. What is it? Yi Xian furrowed his brows and asked. This time, Lin Shui hesitated again, then she asked, Do you hate me? Hearing this question, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then he asked in shock, Why would I hate you? You don't hate me? Lin Shui blinked her eyes. Are you talking about the engagement? Why would I hate you? Moreover, it's all thanks to Elder Eugeni's 2 spirit-gathering pills. Otherwise, I would still be a piece of trash. Yi Xian smiled. Indeed, it was the soul-gathering pill that allowed him to activate the devouring system. Otherwise, he might still be in Lianyan City. No, he might be living a peaceful life in some town. Really? Shui couldn't believe it. Nonsense, if I hated you, I would have slapped you the first time I saw you. Yi Xian nodded seriously. Lin Shui was choked by this sentence. Although it was a bit harsh, it also untied a knot in her heart. She originally wanted to return to Lianyan City and put on a high and mighty attitude. She wanted Yi Xian to hate her. That way, Yi Xian would feel better. However, she didn't expect that Yi Xian would actually come to the Heavenly Yuan sect. Even she was shocked by his methods. After that, Yi Xian grew little by little. Now, Yi Xian had left her in the dust. She thought Yi Xian would mock her, but Yi Xian never mentioned the engagement. Now, this knot was finally untied. I'll rest for a while. We'll continue on our way to Divine Land City. Yi Xian said. He sat down and closed his eyes to rest. Although they were far away from Thorn City, he still felt a little uneasy. Just in case, he decided to rush to Divine Land City. Okay. Lin Shui nodded. Yi Xian slept for about 15 minutes. When he woke up, it was about time to start on the road. Aren't you going to sleep more? Lin Shui saw this and asked. No, I feel like something is going to happen. Let's talk about it when we reach Divine Land City. Yi Xian shook his head and walked over. Lin Shui didn't refuse. She let Yi Xian carry her. However, at this moment. Beep! A shrill cry suddenly rang out in the dark night. When Yi Xian and Lin Shui heard it, they couldn't help but pause. Yi Xian sensed a bird entering his range. This wasn't important. What was important was that there were 2 figures on the bird's back. One was a human, while the other looked like a dog. Lin Shui, and the guy who killed the young city lord, I know you're here. Come out. A loud roar entered Yi Xian's ears. He was startled for a moment, but he immediately reacted. Wasn't this the voice of the middle-aged man he met at the mayor's mansion in Guangjin City? Impossible, how did he catch up with us? Yi Xian cried out in shock. He carefully checked his clothes, and he found out that there was a trace of his opponent's Dan energy left on his clothes. Damn it, why didn't I notice it? I'm such a pig. He scolded himself in his mind, then he said to Lin Shui, "You hide here, I'll lure him away and see if I can kill his mount. I'll meet up with you later." He had checked Lin Shui's clothes, there was no trace of a heavenly core Dan energy, so he didn't have to worry. If he wanted to avoid this, he would have to erase his opponent's Dan energy, and kill his mount. However, Yi Xian was thinking of the third option, kill his opponent. "Be careful," Lin Shui said with a worried expression. She knew there was nothing she could do to help right now. "You stay here and watch. If anyone else comes, go to the Divine Land City yourself and post a notice on the entrance. As for me, I have many ways to escape, remember that." After saying that, Yi Xian disappeared into the darkness. The forest wasn't big, Yi Xian could cross it in 10 seconds. If he wanted to kill this heavenly core warrior here, he couldn't fight him head-on, he had to outsmart him. "If we fight head-on, I won't be able to defeat you, but my methods are definitely beyond your imagination. Fog formation, activate." Yi Xian quickly formed hand seals. In the blink of an eye, a thick fog covered the entire forest. Fog? The middle-aged man in the sky frowned, then he shouted out loudly, "Young man, surrender now, or else, I'll burn this entire forest down." But, before he could finish his words, a cold beam shot up into the sky. Bam! The middle-aged man threw out a punch and shattered the arrow beam. At the same time, he found Yi Xian's approximate location. "So you're here, die now." Chapter 289. Killing a Heavenly Core Warrior. Bang! An area that was about 10 meters wide was cleared out, and all the trees in the area were shattered into pieces. "You're not here?" Again. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up as he continuously struck out with both hands, attacking crazily. The trees in the forest were destroyed one by one, and after more than 10 palm strikes, he still couldn't find Yi Xian. Right at this moment, the middle-aged man was about to land on the ground. But right at this moment, 2 cold beams suddenly shot up into the sky about 100 meters away from the middle-aged man. Swoosh! The arrows flew through the air and hit the head of the other Xian beast, instantly killing them. Right now, Yi Xian could have run away, but he didn't, because he had his eyes on the middle-aged man's storage ring. The central province is rich, they don't care about the 4 big cities at all. Let me see how much wealth a heavenly core warrior has. Yi Xian thought to himself. At the same time, the middle-aged man had also found out Yi Xian's approximate location based on the cold beam he saw just now. Without hesitation, he used his palm strike to open up a path, knocking away all the trees in front of him. "You little brat, you have the potential to be an assassin. You've just broken through to the Earth Core realm, but you're already strong enough to fight me. Yesterday, you escaped and caused me to be scolded by the city lord. Today, I must kill you and atone for my crime." After the middle-aged man finished talking to himself, he started attacking crazily again. There were trees and fog in the forest, so he had to clear all the obstacles around him. But right at this moment, Yi Xian, who was hiding in the dark, had a confident smile on his face. Tap, tap. Suddenly, the sound of grass rustling in the wind entered the middle-aged man's ears. He immediately turned around and threw out a punch. Now! Right at the moment when the middle-aged man attacked, Yi Xian, who was hiding 10 meters away from him, suddenly poured out a huge amount of core energy and gathered it on the Bahuang sword. In an instant, a huge sword was formed, and Yi Xian swung it towards the middle-aged man. What? The middle-aged man was shocked. He suddenly remembered that there were 2 people and immediately turned around. At this time, the 8 Desolation Great Sword had already slashed over. Fortunately, the middle-aged man had also refined his body, and his speed was extremely fast. He actually used both hands to slap the 8 Desolation great sword in the center of his palm. You do have some ability, but can you take this move? Yi Xian snorted coldly in his heart. In the next moment, the 8 Desolation greatsword suddenly shattered. Following that, the middle-aged man felt a sharp pain in his eardrums. He was completely stunned. Not only that, but the loud noise was still reverberating in his ears, constantly stimulating his brain. 2 seconds later, he fell limply to the ground, his eyes turning white. Seeing this, Yi Xian directly threw out the Bahuang sword in his hand. With a kacha sound, the Bahuang sword split into 8 pieces, then formed a sharp awl that suddenly pierced down. 8 desolate wind-killing array, Tian Chong broke through. Hiss! The middle-aged man's chest was pierced through, and he died in an instant. He never thought that he would die in the hands of a brat who had just entered the Earth Core realm. There was a difference of 3 whole realms between them. After he died, Yi Xian walked out from the darkness and sneered, "What a pity, you died because of your carelessness. Don't think that I am 3 realms lower than you. If I had the chance, I would have killed you without leaving a single piece of armor behind." However, the combination of the Echo Formation and the 8 Desolation Heaven-shaking sword almost made me deaf. Fortunately, there was the Echo Formation, or else it would have been difficult for me to kill you. After muttering to himself, Yi Xian kept the middle-aged man's remains and corpse. Back in the Ling Shao Peak's bamboo forest, Great Elder Lin Wenyue had set up a sound isolation formation. However, this time, Yi Xian had set up an echo formation. If someone spoke inside, it would be like shouting in the valley, creating a continuous echo. This formation was extremely complicated. Fortunately, Yi Xian had set it up in advance. If it was during a battle, he definitely wouldn't have been able to set it up. Moreover, this middle-aged man seemed to have refined his body, and his physique was much stronger than ordinary people. Moreover, this man was very experienced in battle. He would always use some of his Dan essence to protect his ears. If it wasn't for the echo formation, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't have been able to kill him with just the 8 Desolation Heaven-shaking sword. As for what attracted the middle-aged man's attention, it wasn't Lin Shui, but some of the puppets that Yi Xian had hidden in the surroundings. The central province might have some sound techniques, so he was used to protecting his ears. Yi Xian thought for a while, and then checked the contents of the ring. A high-grade earth tool, and a bunch of miscellaneous items. He had devoured everything and obtained 50 devouring crystals. The central province was indeed rich. The items in this Qian ring had probably surpassed the entire Soaring Heaven Mansion. Of course, that was the former Soaring Heaven Mansion. Previously, he had used 50 Devour crystals to exchange for a high-grade Earth-level martial art. Now that he had obtained another 50 Devour crystals, it was a good return. Then, he left immediately. Lin Shui was very anxious when she saw the middle-aged man jump into the forest. After the middle-aged man landed, she didn't hear a single sound, which made her even more anxious. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. She was so frightened that she hurriedly drew her sword. However, when she saw who it was, her tense nerves suddenly relaxed. "That's great, you're fine," Lin Shui exclaimed. Then, she quickly covered her mouth. After all, there were other people in the forest. "It's fine. That person is already dead," Yi Xian said with a relaxed expression. "What? Dead? You killed him?" Lin Shui exclaimed again when she heard this. Yi Xian nodded. "He's dead. However, we can't stay here for long. We have to leave quickly. If the middle-aged man could chase after them, there might be other people chasing after them." Although the middle-aged man said that he wanted to redeem himself, it was better to be careful. If the city lord of Guangjin City were to chase after them, they would be dead meat. After he finished speaking, he directly carried Lin Shui and rushed towards the Divine Land City. Yi Xian's worries were unnecessary. When dawn arrived, they finally arrived at the Divine Land City. At this moment, the city gates were just opened. The two of them immediately walked in. Previously, when they went to Guangjin City, they were looking for the eldest senior brother of the Heavenly Yuan sect, Pang Xing. This time, they were looking for the eldest senior brother of the soaring heaven mansion, Zheng Miao. Yi Xian had a copy of Zheng Miao's address, so they immediately went to look for him. In front of a residence in the southern part of the Divine Land City, a servant was cleaning outside the Zheng residence. When he saw Yi Xian and Zheng Miao, he asked curiously, "Who are you looking for?" This location was relatively remote, and there was only one courtyard nearby that had people living there. That was why he asked this question. "Excuse me, does Zheng Miao live here?" "You're looking for the young master." "The young master went out a few days ago and hasn't returned yet," the servant replied. Chapter 290. Alliance Chief of Divine Land Alliance, not here? Yi Xian continued asking, "Do you know where he went? When will he be back?" "I don't know." The servant shook his head. Yi Xian was puzzled. He had found the place, but he couldn't find the person. Could it be that he had to look for the Myriad Pavilion again? "Thank you." He nodded his head and left. He wondered if the Myriad Pavilion could find Zheng Miao's exact location. After a while, Yi Xian and Lin Shui once again arrived at the Myriad Pavilion. Yi Xian didn't know much about Zheng Miao, but the Myriad Pavilion was still able to find out Zheng Miao's location. "Zheng Miao is currently in the Heavenly Shaking Mountain?" Yi Xian looked at the parchment and was startled. The Heavenly Shaking Mountain was a dangerous place in the Divine Land. It was said that there were heavenly core Xian beasts there. It looked like Zheng Miao was training there. After leaving the Myriad Pavilion, Yi Xian said to Lin Shui, "Let's find a place to stay first, then I'll go look for him. You wait for him in the Divine Land City, be careful." Lin Shui nodded her head. She knew that if she followed him, it would be very inconvenient for Yi Xian, and she would only be a burden to Yi Xian. Without further ado, both of them found a place to stay, then Yi Xian left the Divine Land City. The Heavenly Shaking Mountain was located at the north of the Divine Land City. Yi Xian estimated that with his speed, it would take him about 1 day to reach there. Zheng Miao is currently in a cave in the Heavenly Shaking Mountain, he should be cultivating. This Myriad Pavilion is really resourceful, isn't it? Yi Xian was very surprised. This Myriad Pavilion could really do anything, they even knew the exact location of a person who was training outside. He had no idea how they did it. 1 day later, Yi Xian entered the Heavenly Shaking Mountain. The Heavenly Shaking Mountain was huge, it seemed to be even bigger than the entire soaring heaven mansion. It was impossible to find a person here. However, the location given by the All Affairs Pavilion was very precise. It was in a cave in the western part of the Heavenly Shaking Mountain. After entering the Heaven Shaking Mountain, Yi Xian immediately rushed out. This was a very suitable place for leveling up. There were many birds and beasts, and all of them were at least at the Earth Core realm. Therefore, Yi Xian was in a very good mood. He had the urge to level this Heaven Shaking Mountain. But at the moment, it was better to find Zheng Miao first. After all, the exact location given by the All Affairs Pavilion was a day ago. Very soon, Yi Xian found the cave according to the location given by the All Affairs Pavilion. However, there was no one in the cave. Bonfire, still warm, and leftover meat. Looks like they just left. Yi Xian frowned and looked around. Sure enough, he found a small footprint. He followed the footprints and began to sense his surroundings to see if he could find someone. However, at this moment, a huge roar suddenly rang out from the mountain, as well as all sorts of rumbling sounds. Someone is fighting with those Xian beasts. It should be Zheng Miao. Yi Xian immediately reacted. Those who were able to train in the heavenly shaking mountain were definitely not ordinary people. Previously, he only asked the All Affairs Pavilion to find Jing Miao's location. They didn't look for any other information. Therefore, he estimated that Jing Miao might be a mid-Earth core warrior, or even a late Earth core warrior. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the source of the sound. When he walked out of the forest, he saw 4 figures moving around in an open space in front of him. 3 heavenly core golden heavy apes. When Yi Xian saw the figures of the 3 figures, he was startled. Right now, the 3 golden heavy apes were attacking a young man who was holding a long sword. The battle was very intense. Jing Miao? No way. A single man fighting 3 heavenly core Xian beasts. Is he really from the soaring heaven mansion? Yi Xian couldn't believe it. The reward for being ranked second on the heavenly ranking was only a late mortal core warrior, and he had just broken through to the earth core realm after absorbing a Xian beast's inner core. Therefore, Yi Xian couldn't believe that the young man in front of him was the alliance chief of the Divine Prefecture Alliance, Jing Miao. However, when he saw that the young man seemed to be struggling, he immediately shouted, "Mister, do you need help?" Hearing this, the young man replied, "These 3 are heavenly core Xian beasts. They are extremely strong, and their defense is amazing. Please be careful." It looked like he needed help. So what if their defense is amazing? Yi Xian smiled, then he took out an earth tool longbow and released an arrow. Mid-rank earth rank martial skill, soul-breaking arrow. Swoosh. The arrow pierced through the air and hit the back of one of the golden heavy apes. However, this golden heavy ape's defense was amazing, and the arrow only managed to make a small hole on its back. When the golden heavy ape was suddenly injured, it turned around and glared at Yi Xian, then it turned around and continued attacking the young man. Its defense is amazing, let's try this bow. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then he took out a new bow and arrow. It was a high-rank earth tool. Swoosh. Just now, the golden heavy ape didn't take the arrow seriously, so it was shot in the head. This time, its head was pierced through, and it died in an instant. A high-rank earth tool, a mid-rank earth martial skill, and the bloodline of the overlord arrow, killing you is as easy as pie. Yi Xian let out a cold snort in his mind. When the golden heavy ape fell to the ground, he shot another arrow. Bam! Soul-breaking arrow, a single arrow could break a soul. The second golden heavy ape didn't even have time to react before its head exploded. When the third golden heavy ape saw that its 2 companions were killed, its eyes immediately lit up, and it prepared to charge towards Yi Xian. But right at this moment, the young man suddenly leapt into the air and slashed at its head with his sword. A head was sent flying and fell to the ground. Blood splashed everywhere. A high-rank earth tool, a high-rank earth martial skill. Yi Xian immediately realized what was going on. This young man seemed to have an extraordinary background. A heavenly core warrior is still a heavenly core warrior, he's much easier to deal with than a human. The young man murmured to himself, then he turned to Yi Xian and said, "My name is Jing Miao, thank you for your help." Yi Xian had killed 2 heavenly core golden heavy apes with just 3 arrows, this was more than enough to prove his strength. Jing Miao? When Yi Xian heard this name, his eyes lit up. He had found the right person. But, although his name matched, his strength didn't match. "My name is Yi Xian." Yi Xian cupped his fist and said respectfully. "These 2 golden heavy apes were killed by Brother Yi, so their corpses should be yours." Jing Miao put away the golden heavy ape he killed, then he said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian walked over cautiously. Although this Jing Miao might be the person he was looking for, there were 3 golden heavy apes' corpses in front of him, and 3 heavenly core cores. Who knew if this guy would suddenly attack him? Although he looked calm on the surface, he was actually very cautious. After that, he put away the 2 golden heavy apes' corpses. He turned around and saw that Jing Miao was still standing a few meters away, quietly looking at him. Chapter 291. Divine Land City. This golden ape, I've been looking for it for a long time. With this inner core, I can break through to the heavenly core realm. Thank you, Brother Yi. Zheng Miao once again expressed his gratitude. I'm just trying to help when I see injustice. Yi Xian said with a smile on his face. The value of 2 heavenly core corpses had definitely surpassed the middle-aged man's wealth. This was a great deal. Brother Yi, you're so young, but you're already so strong. May I know which city you're from? Zheng Miao subconsciously asked. I'm not from the Zhong province, I'm from the eastern region's soaring heaven mansion. Yi Xian replied slowly. When the 3-word soaring sky mansion entered Zheng Miao's ears, he was shocked as well. How could a disciple from the soaring heaven mansion have the ability to kill a heavenly core profound beast with just 1 strike? Even the Supreme Elder couldn't do that. Since you're a disciple from the soaring heaven mansion, do you know which 5 superpowers are in the soaring heaven mansion? Zheng Miao asked suspiciously. But at the same time, he was curious, because there was no reason for him to pretend to be a disciple from the soaring heaven mansion. In the Zhong province, any city could fight with the soaring heaven mansion. The 4 great dynasties and the Divine Land Alliance. Senior Disciple Zheng, I'm also a member of the Divine Land Alliance, and I'm here because of Senior Disciple Jianghu. Yi Xian went straight to the point. Zheng Miao was even more surprised. He quickly thought for a moment, then he smiled and said, "So you've recognized me a long time ago. You must have gone to the Myriad Pavilion and come here specifically to find me. I never expected that the soaring heaven mansion would be able to produce such a genius. Senior Disciple is overpraising me. Junior Disciple is here because of something important." Yi Xian told Zheng Miao about what had happened recently. What? A fist-sized celestial blue rock was swallowed by that green source giant? Zheng Miao was shocked when he heard what Yi Xian said. The Supreme Elder and Sect Chief asked me to come here because they want Senior Disciple to spread the news, then we can work together and kill that peak heavenly core green source giant. Yi Xian nodded his head. This, Zheng Miao paused for a moment and said, this matter is of great importance. Even if the entire central continent is gathered together, its value would probably still be unable to compare to that single piece of celestial limestone. However, that piece of celestial limestone was swallowed by the green source giant, so I wonder how much remains of it. After he finished speaking, he turned around and asked, Junior brother, other than the soaring sky mansion and the heavenly Yuan sect, do any other forces know about this? No. Yi Xian shook his head. Previously, Lin Shui had told the first senior brother of the Sky Yuan sect, Pang Xing. However, Pang Xing had already been killed by him. Therefore, there should only be 3 people in the central state who knew about this matter. If that's the case, we only need to mobilize the strength of a main city to destroy that green source giant, Zheng Miao said slowly. Does senior brother know the city lord of Divine Land? Yi Xian asked curiously. Zheng Miao nodded and said, that's right. I know him, and I'm even very familiar with him. To be honest, the city master of Divine Land City is my grandfather. The reason why I joined the Soaring Sky Mansion and formed the Divine Land Alliance was to unearth geniuses. If you want to come to the Central Province in the future, you can join my Divine Land City. What? This answer was once again out of Yi Xian's expectation. The Pang Xing he met before was only the adopted son of the city lord of Guangjin City. However, this first senior brother of the Soaring Sky Mansion was actually the grandson of the city lord of Divine Land City. Damn it, was this a rich second generation who went to the countryside to experience life? Let's not delay any longer, we need to return to Divine Land City now. Originally, Yi Xian wanted to stay in the heaven-shaking mountain for a while, but since Zheng Miao placed so much importance on this matter, Yi Xian had no choice but to follow them back. After all, there were more heavenly core profound beasts in the heavenly Yuan sect. With his current strength, he could easily kill heavenly core profound beasts. At that time, he would be able to level up. 2 days later, Yi Xian followed Jing Miao back to Divine Land City. After finding Lin Shui, Yi Xian followed Jing Miao to the city lord's mansion. In a study room within the city lord's mansion, the city lord of Divine Land City, Zheng Shuahai, was discussing something with his son, the vice city lord, Jianghu. The adopted son of the city lord of Guangjin City is dead, and that old fogey actually sent an arrest warrant to us? What a joke. Last time, he stole a Black Sun steel mine from my Divine Land City, and now he wants me to post an arrest warrant for him? City Lord Zheng Shuahai coldly harumphed. Father, I've heard about this as well. But, I just received news that the old fogey is secretly gathering some strong warriors. I wonder what he's up to? Zheng Yu asked curiously. Zheng Shuahai coldly harumphed, that old fogey is really something, he actually sneaked to another territory to do some shady business. He must be crazy about money. Should we inform Lai Kong City about this? Zheng Yu asked again. No, let's let that old fox provoke the city lord first. After that, we'll spread the news and let the two main cities fight to the death. Zheng Shuahai shook his head. Right at this moment, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly entered their ears. Grandfather, father. It was Zheng Miao's voice. You little brat, don't you know your manners? I'm talking to your grandfather about something important. Zheng Yu quickly stepped forward and stopped Zheng Miao. At the same time, he glanced at Yi Xian and Lin Shui, who were standing behind Zheng Miao, then he was startled. He felt a bit strange, as he felt Yi Xian and Lin Shui looked familiar. Father, I have something important to tell you as well. Zheng Miao quickly said. Let him in. Zheng Shuahai's voice came from inside the room. Zheng Miao brought Yi Xian and Lin Shui into the study room. Didn't you go to the heavenly shaking mountain? What happened? Did you find the golden ape? Zheng Shuahai looked at Zheng Miao. Yes, I found it, and I've also obtained its inner core. Zheng Miao nodded and answered. Good, I'll help you absorb it when the time comes. It won't be long before you break through to the heavenly core realm. Zheng Shuahai stroked his beard and smiled. Right at this moment, he turned his attention to Yi Xian and Lin Shui, who were standing behind Zheng Miao. In the next moment, his expression changed, and he took out 2 portraits. A wanted criminal from Guangjin City? Zheng Shuahai said in shock. Yi Xian glanced at the portrait in Zheng Shuahai's hand with a surprised expression. He noticed that one of the portraits in Zheng Shuahai's hand looked 80% like him, and the other one looked almost the same as Lin Shui. Zheng Miao was surprised as well. She asked, Grandfather, why do you have Yi Xian's portrait? A few days ago, the adopted son of the Guangjin City's city lord was killed. The city lord sent an arrest warrant here, and asked us to keep an eye out for him. After saying that, Zheng Shuahai turned his attention back to Yi Xian. Don't tell me, it was you two who killed Pang Xing? Chapter 292. Heavenly Yuan sect returned. Don't worry, the Divine Land City and Guangjin City don't have a good relationship. Even if you killed the city lord, I won't do anything to you. But, since you killed that old man's adopted son in the governor's mansion, even I have to admit that I admire your courage. Zheng Shuahai praised. Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief and said, Senior, you flatter me. Alright, Zheng Miao, the reason you came to me is because of them, right? You can rest assured now, I won't tell that old man about what happened in the Divine Land City. Zheng Shuahai waved his hand and shattered the 2 portraits in his hand. When Zheng Miao heard that Yi Xian had killed the young city lord of Guangjin City, he was shocked as well. But, the reason he came to Zheng Shuahai was not because of this. Grandfather, you misunderstood me, listen to me. Zheng Miao started telling his grandfather everything that happened in the Heavenly Yuan sect. After hearing what he said, both Zheng Shuahai and Zheng Yu were stunned. A fist-sized celestial green stone, and a profound core profound beast? Zheng Shuahai widened his eyes and said, Huiyang, I remember this Huiyang was from the Divine Land City. I never thought she would find a celestial green stone. Little brother Yi, is that why you came here? Zheng Yu turned around and asked. Yes, she is a disciple from the Heavenly Yuan sect. That's why we came to the Central Province this time. We want to spread the news and ask the warriors of the Central Province to eliminate those green source giants. Yi Xian nodded his head. Zheng Yu suddenly thought of something and asked, You went to the governor's mansion in Guangjin City before this, what were you doing there? This, Yi Xian actually wanted to keep it a secret, but now, it seemed like there was no need to. Therefore, he just told him. That old man's adopted son, Pang Xing, is actually from the Heavenly Yuan sect. Not good, that old man is not gathering his men in Lai Sky City, he is going to the southern region. Zheng Shuahai immediately reacted and shouted, Zheng Yu, go gather all profound earth core warriors now. Yes, father. Zheng Yu replied and quickly left. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian finally understood. It was no wonder that Guangjin City's city lord did not personally come to arrest him. It should be because he knew about the celestial bluestone. It was likely that when Lin Shui told Pang Xing, the middle-aged man heard it and reported it to Guangjin City's city lord. Soon, all the warriors from the city lord's mansion had gathered. Aside from Zheng Shuahai, who was an initial Heavenly Core warrior, there were also 4 early Heavenly Core warriors, including Zheng Yu, and a dozen late Earth Core warriors. This was the strength of the City Lord Office of Divine Land City. Not only that, Zheng Shuahai also had a Heavenly Core cloud-soaring bird. It would only take him 1 day to arrive at the Heavenly Yuan sect. Immediately, the group of people set off. Perhaps the Guangjin City had set off a long time ago. If they were any slower, all the Heavenly Core Xian Beasts cores would have been taken away by the Guangjin City. Not only that, but even that green source giant could be killed. Therefore, they must arrive before the city lord of Guangjin. Due to the urgency of the situation, they didn't have time to return to the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Instead, they set off straight for the Heavenly Yuan sect. Heavenly Core Xian Beasts were extremely fast. Yi Xian and the rest only spent 1 day to arrive at the Heavenly Yuan sect's territory. High up in the sky, a big gray bird was flapping its wings. On its back, there were a dozen men standing. So those are the green source giants? Good, looks like the men from Guangjin City haven't arrived yet. The city lord, Zheng Shuahai, looked into the distance and saw those small green source giants. When we left, there were only a few hundred of those small green source giants left. But now, there are even more of them. Furthermore, there are even early Heavenly Core Xian Beasts, Yi Xian said with a frown on his face. Zheng Shuahai didn't mind. Don't worry, we arrived earlier than the Guangjin City. As long as we gather together, it won't take long for us to kill all these small green source giants. With so many Xian beasts, just their inner cores alone would be a huge number. When they looked into the distance, they could see more than 110-meter tall green source giants. They were all at least at the Heavenly Core realm. Right at this moment, another bird beast suddenly appeared in the sky. Zheng Shuahai subconsciously looked into the sky, but he didn't know who it was. Grandfather, they are from the Soaring Heaven Mansion. When Zheng Miao saw them, he hastily said. Right at this moment, there were a total of 4 men riding on Soaring Heaven rocks. They were the 4 higher-ups from the Soaring Heaven Mansion and Heavenly Yuan sect. When the 2 birds met, Yi Xian and Lin Shui jumped onto the back of the Soaring Heaven rocks. Yi Xian, you're finally back. When the Grand Elder, Zhou Yan, saw Yi Xian, he couldn't help but say. Grand Elder, did you know that senior disciple Zheng is the grandson of the city lord? Yi Xian asked in a straightforward manner. What? Hearing this, all 4 men were shocked. Yi Xian was too lazy to explain, he just went to introduce them. Alright, I got it. Since you're the ones who brought me the news, I can promise you that after this is done, I'll give you 10% of the inner cores, but you have to help me. Zheng Shuahai didn't mind at all. He could tell that Zhou Yan and the other 3 men had just broken through to the heavenly core realm. 10% was more than enough. Thank you, City Lord. Zhou Yan quickly expressed his gratitude. There were so many heavenly core Xian beasts here, 10% of the inner cores would give them at least a dozen inner cores. As for the celestial green rock, they wouldn't ask for it. There's no time to lose, we'll do as we've planned. Let's clear out an area first. Little brother Yi, the 5 of you can go together, the inner cores will belong to you. After saying that, Zheng Shuahai jumped off the soaring heaven rocks. Belong to us? Zhou Yan and the other 3 men looked at each other, they were all thinking that the Divine Land City was really generous. Shui, you stay on the soaring heaven rocks, don't go down. Mo Ziyun said to Lin Shui, Yes, master. Lin Shui, replied. She knew that she was too weak, and if she went down, she would only put more pressure on the others. After that, the 4 of them jumped off the soaring heaven rocks. Be careful. Yi Xian said as he jumped off the soaring heaven rocks as well. However, he was going in a different direction than the other 4 men, he was going to do it alone. In fact, when he broke through to the Earth Core realm, he wanted to come here alone to kill monsters and level up. A high-rank Earth weapon, a high-rank Earth martial skill, and a 10% increase in movement speed. His combat strength was probably even higher than the Heavenly Yuan Sect's Grand Elder, Yi Tianlang. Tisk, TSK, so many Xian beasts, let the hunt begin. Yi Xian laughed out loud in his mind. He took out a high-rank Earth weapon longbow and exchanged it for a high-rank Earth martial skill. High-rank Earth martial skill, Chain of 7 stars. Chapter 293. Arriving at Guangjin City, 7 arrows pierced through the air and pierced through the stomach of a late Earth Core warrior a few hundred meters away. After killing so many green source giants, Yi Xian had found a weakness that wasn't really a weakness. The green source giant's weakness was similar to a human's weakness. It was located in the Dantian, and there was a small space there. As long as this space was destroyed, the green source giant would be dead. Yi Xian's 8 Desolation Heavenly Quake Sword had destroyed this small space, and that was why he was able to kill the green source giant. A high-ranked Earth-rank martial skill is really something, it can kill with just 1 strike. Yi Xian felt really proud of himself. Perhaps, besides those Heavenly Core warriors, no one else in this place could do this. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the corpse and stored it away. In just an instant, he had gained a lot of core energy and 10 devouring crystals. Right now, he still had 150 devouring crystals. He had exchanged for the sky-shaking fist and 7 meteor chain arrows, both of which were high-ranked Earth-rank martial skills. A green source giant at the Great Success Earth Core realm could get about 10 devour crystals. He was thinking that he might be able to break through to the early Earth Core realm this time. At the same time, the warriors from the Divine Land City had split into a few groups. The city lord Zheng Shuahai was killing the green source giants by himself, and so were Zheng Yu and the other 4 Heavenly Core warriors. If they really wanted to compare their efficiency, Zheng Miao and the dozen late Earthly Core warriors were the slowest, followed by Zhou Yan's group of 4, followed by Zheng Yu's group of 4, followed by Yi Xian's group of 4, and finally, the initial Heavenly Core warrior, Zheng Shuahai. In simple terms, Yi Xian's efficiency was second only to Zheng Shuahai. Lin Shui, who was watching from the sky, had been focusing all her attention on Yi Xian. She was so impressed that she had nothing to say. Yi Xian was 4 stages lower than Zheng Shuahai, but his efficiency was second only to Zheng Shuahai. He was indeed a monster. In just a few minutes, Yi Xian had killed more than 100 profound beasts, and most of them were at the Earth Core realm. In total, he had earned more than 150 devour crystals. Right at this moment, a huge figure suddenly dashed towards him. A heavenly core green giant? Yi Xian was taken aback. He quickly retreated while continuing to attack. The green source giant who had just broken through to the heavenly core realm was 20 meters tall, and its speed was at least a few times faster than a peak earth core warrior. However, with the 10% increase in movement speed, he was able to increase the distance between them. 7-star chain. 7-star chain. 7-star chain. This green source giant was very fast. It was like a war chariot as it ran over Yi Xian. However, it had almost no intelligence. All it knew was to kill. Yi Xian retreated as he attacked, hitting 100% of his shots. There was already a hole in the dantian of this green source giant. Just a little more and its dantian would be pierced through. 7-star chain. Yi Xian used up all the Jindan essence in his body and shot one last arrow. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and the heavenly core green source giant fell backwards. Yi Xian took a big step forward and retrieved the beast core. After that, he swallowed the beast core. Previously, he had swallowed a beast core that had just broken through to the heavenly core realm, and each beast core only contained 25 Jindan. Therefore, he decided to give it to Song Suijing. During the time I wasn't here, this green source giant had created many more smaller giants. This must be the energy from the celestial blue stone. If I can devour all these heavenly core green source giants, I can at least break through to the peak earth core realm. At that time, I can beat that stupid city lord of Guangjin City. Yi Xian was still killing the green source giants while fantasizing about his future. After killing for a while, a few flying mounts suddenly appeared in the sky. Beep! These flying mounts let out a few cries, attracting everyone's attention. Not good, that old man is here. Zheng Shuahai turned around and looked. His expression immediately changed. He called the soaring cloud bird and jumped onto its back. When the flying mounts arrived, a white-haired old man shouted out in surprise, "Zheng Shuahai, why are you here?" Yuan Yi Bo, what a coincidence. Zheng Shuahai smiled. This white-haired old man was the city lord of Guangjin City, Yuan Yi Bo. Just like Zheng Shuahai, he was a mid-heavenly core warrior. Right at this moment, Yuan Yi Bo suddenly turned around and saw Lin Shui. He immediately unleashed a killing intent and said, "Since you're here, I think high official he must have been killed." Zheng Shuahai, how dare you kill my men? High official he? Zheng Shuahai was surprised. I don't know what you're talking about, but this little girl is my guest. If you want to touch her, you'll have to go through me first. Humph. Yuan Yi Bo let out a cold snort. Although he was resentful of Pang Xing's death, he still prioritized his own benefits. He then turned around and looked at Zheng Shuahai. "Zheng Shuahai, since you're here, I'm sure you know what's going on. If we fight, none of us will get any benefits. Why don't we talk?" "I have the same idea." Zheng Shuahai said with a smile, "Yuan Yi Bo, how do you want to cooperate?" "Cooperate? No, I don't need to cooperate." Yuan Yi Bo shook his head and said, "There are so many Xian beasts here, we can hunt freely without interfering with each other. What do you think? Don't interfere with each other? Good idea, but what about the green source giant?" Zheng Shuahai's eyes lit up. "Let's talk about it after we kill all of them." Yuan Yi Bo replied. "Alright, let's do that then." Zheng Shuahai agreed. After that, Yuan Yi Bo and the other men landed far away from Zheng Shuahai. After they landed, a young man walked up to them and said, "City Lord Yuan, you mean, young Master Yang Ling, I'm sorry I didn't introduce you to them just now." Yuan Yi Bo hurriedly said, "It's fine. It's fine. City Lord Yuan, you should be thinking of secretly getting rid of those people, right?" The young man called young Master Yang Ling by Yuan Yi Bo said. "That's right, there are so many Xian beasts here, of course we can't just let them kill them. Besides, I'm sure young Master Yang Ling is interested in this as well, right? Yuan Yibo asked with a smile on his face. I'm afraid there's no one who isn't interested in this. I've taken a look just now, besides the city lord, the rest of them are nothing to be afraid of. As long as we work together, we can kill all of them secretly. Young Master Yang Ling said in an indifferent tone. All right. Yuan Yibo's eyes lit up, he was filled with killing intent. Right at the same time, on the other side, Zheng Shuahai had gathered all the other men. This old fox is extremely greedy, and his methods are cruel. You guys need to be careful, those who haven't broken through to the Earth Core realm, stay away from them. Zheng Shuahai reminded. We will. Zheng Yu nodded his head. He was ready to work together with another Heavenly Core warrior. If that's the case, let's begin. It's better to be safe than sorry, this guy will definitely take action. When the time comes, don't show any mercy, we can strike first. Chapter 294. He was courting death. However, only the people from Divine Land City were gathered. As for Zhou Yan's side, Yi Xian had called them over. Even Lin Shui had come. Shui, what's going on? Mo Ziyun asked, puzzled. Master, Lin Shui hesitated, not knowing what to say. Let me explain. Your Heavenly Yuan sect's eldest senior brother, Pang Xing, is an ingrate. After he was adopted by that old man, he was ungrateful. Not only did he not help, he even wanted to force Shui, to marry him. In the end, he even turned into a pervert and said some nasty things. He even tried to touch Shui. I accidentally killed him. Yi Xian explained briefly. What? You killed Pang Xing? Mo Ziyun was shocked. Pang Xing was his disciple. Sect Master Mo, aren't you focusing on the wrong thing? Yi Xian turned and asked, if I didn't do it, the two of us would have ended up in a horrible state. Shui, is this true? Mo Ziyun asked in disbelief. Lin Shui nodded, Master, it's true. Mo Ziyun and Yi Tianlang might not believe what Yi Xian said, but since Lin Shui nodded, it had to be the truth. What an ingrate. To think that I nurtured him. Mo Ziyun was so angry that he was trembling. Alright, let's not talk about this now. You killed Pang Xing, so Yuan Yibo will probably seek you out for revenge. Shui, I'll escort you to find a place to hide. Don't show yourself. Yi Tianlang said. I'll go. I'll open up a cave and set up a formation. It'll be safer that way. Yi Xian took the initiative. Lin Shui, was the weakest person present. Any one of them could kill her. This place was very dangerous, so she couldn't stay here. She had to hide. Alright, then I'll leave it to you. Yi Tianlang nodded. Next, Yi Xian directly brought Lin Shui to the bottom of a cliff, opened up a cave, and set up a formation for the Shenglu. Stay here and wait quietly. Don't make a sound. After setting up the array formation, Yi Xian said to Lin Shui, Lin Shui was also considered his relative. He didn't want Lin Shui, to die just like that. After all, the two of them were once considered to be engaged. Be careful, Shui reminded him. Yes. Yi Xian nodded and left the room. Then, he quickly returned and continued his hunt. At the same time, he was even more vigilant than before. Although Guangjin City Lord Yuan Yibo didn't say anything, if he encountered him, he would definitely kill him. Previously, he had killed a Heavenly Core warrior, but it was at night, and with the help of the Dark Shadow Leopard's bloodline, he was able to hide in the dark. He had also set up an echo formation to lure the enemy in. If he was asked to fight a Heavenly Core warrior alone right now, Zhou Yan and the others wouldn't have much of a problem, but those Heavenly Core warriors from the central province, he couldn't do anything about them. This was because he could feel that all these heavenly core warriors from the central province were all body-refining warriors. If he were to fight them head-on, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. After all, there was a gap of 3 levels between them, and they might also have a high-ranked Earth rank martial skill. After returning, Yi Xian continued his hunt. With his innate skill of locating, he could scan the surrounding 1,500 meters. As long as someone stepped into the area, he would be able to react immediately. After the arrival of the Guangjin city's men, the rest of the men began to conserve their strength. They didn't want to use their full strength, as it would quickly deplete their strength and core energies. Because, there might be a big battle coming soon. This was actually a good thing for Yi Xian. So you guys aren't looking for heavenly core Xian beasts anymore? Great, I'm the one who's lucky. Yi Xian had just killed a green source giant that had just broken through to the heavenly core realm, then he swallowed a recovery pill that was worth 1 Devour crystal. In an instant, the core energy in his body was fully recovered. 1 Devour crystal was equivalent to 1 trillion Devour points, which was equivalent to 10,000 high-ranked crystal stones. With 5 Devour crystals, one could get a high-ranked soul item under special circumstances. The rest of the men also had their own recovery pills, but Yi Xian's method of recovering all the core energies of an earthly core warrior was something that no one had ever seen before. For Yi Xian to kill a heavenly core Xian beast, he only needed to use the high-ranked Earth rank 7 meteor chain arrows a few times, and that would consume almost all of his core energies. Simply put, this was a win-win situation. The 5th one, the 6th one, the 7th one, Yi Xian continued his crazy slaughter. More green source giants fell one after another, causing the surrounding men to be stunned. That young man, how can he be so strong? I think he's even younger than Zheng Miao. A heavenly core warrior said with mixed feelings. Zheng Yu nodded his head upon hearing this. His talent is comparable to the 3 princes of the upper 3 cities. After this, father will definitely try to rope him in. In the future, perhaps our divine land city will be able to get rid of the lower 3 cities and become one of the upper 3 cities. Both men paused for a moment, then they continued their slaughter. However, Yi Xian's high-profile slaughter had attracted the attention of the men from Guangjin City. That young man's archery skill is amazing, he has killed so many heavenly core Xian beasts. If I can get my hands on those core, I'm sure I can break through to the minor heavenly core realm. A revered elder from the mayor's mansion thought for a moment, then he quietly walked towards Yi Xian. Right at this moment, Yi Xian was fighting the 9th heavenly core green source giant. A few seconds later, the green source giant fell to the ground. Yi Xian swallowed a pill, then he put away the corpse and its core. But right at this moment, he suddenly sensed that someone had stepped into his sensing range. Who is it? Yi Xian's expression changed. Normally, the men from Guangjin City and Divine Land City shouldn't have come into contact with each other. But, he felt that this man was a stranger. He was sure that this man was from Guangjin City. It looked like this man had come here specifically for him. Fog formation, activate. Echo formation, activate. The 2 formations were stacked together, and in an instant, they had surrounded an area of a few hundred meters. However, the fog formation had a large range, and the echo formation only had a range of a few hundred meters. Therefore, Yi Xian had to wait for this man to come in. Why is there fog here? What a young man, he even knows how to use a spirit formation. When the old man who was trying to approach Yi Xian saw the white fog, he stopped in his tracks. Could it be that he knows I'm here? He thought for a moment, but he felt that it was impossible. Therefore, he stepped into the fog. Although he couldn't see Yi Xian, he could still hear what was going on around him. Of course, he couldn't compare with Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian couldn't see, he could still sense where this man was, and how far away he was. 1,000 meters. 800 meters. 600 meters. Chapter 295. The war between the two cities, this guy must have created a foggy area to recover his core energy and stamina. The old man thought to himself. But right at this moment, a sonic boom suddenly sounded out. Swoosh! The old man's expression changed. When he heard the sonic boom coming from his surroundings, he immediately dodged to the side. Pop! 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 7 arrow beams connected into a single line and pierced through the old man's shoulder, causing blood to splash out from his wound. How is this possible? The old man was extremely shocked. He assumed that Yi Xian must have missed his target, and he accidentally rushed forward. Luckily, it was only his left shoulder that was injured, and it didn't affect his combat strength much. The old man immediately started running forward, trying to find Yi Xian based on the direction of the attack. But, after running for a while, he still couldn't hear anything. This meant that Yi Xian didn't move, or he had run away long ago. Damn it, he really found me and ran away. The old man was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. He couldn't kill Yi Xian, and he was injured instead. But, just as he was thinking about this, he finally sensed some movement around him. Hiss, over there. The old man thrust his sword forward, and a sharp sword beam was unleashed. It hit something in an instant, and after that, the old man heard a plop sound. Huh, is he dead? The old man was overjoyed, and he quickly rushed over. But, when he got closer, he was shocked to find that it wasn't a human corpse, but a puppet that he had destroyed. Not good. He immediately reacted, but right at this moment, a huge sword was already slashing towards him. Clang! The old man reacted quickly and blocked the 8 Desolation Heavenly Quake sword. But, he couldn't block the second attack of the 8 Desolation Heavenly Quake sword. Buzz! The huge sword suddenly trembled violently, then it shattered into pieces, producing a loud noise that shook the heavens. The old man felt a pain in his head, and the core energy he had gathered was instantly dispersed. Although the loud noise was echoing in the echo formation, he was still able to maintain his consciousness. Swoosh! Swoosh! Swish! While he was in a trance, 8 sharp blades suddenly swept out from different directions. You want to kill me? You're still too inexperienced. The old man shouted. He gathered all his strength and condensed a Jindan essence. Then, it exploded. Bang! The 8 sharp blades were instantly repelled by this Jindan essence. This old man was much stronger than the middle-aged man Yi Xian had killed before, but he still couldn't escape death. Pa! Just as the old man was sighing in relief that he had dodged a calamity, a figure suddenly appeared beside him and threw out a punch. High-grade Earth-level martial art, Exploding Heaven Fist. 10,000 Beasts Bloodline, King of Fighters Bloodline, High-grade Earth-ranked martial arts, and high-grade Earth-ranked gloves. All of these factors had greatly increased the power of this punch. This scene happened so suddenly that the old man had no time to condense his Jindan essence. He could only stab forward with his sword. However, he suddenly saw the figure in front of him flash, and then he felt a pain in his chest. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking could be heard, and the old man was sent flying away. Luckily, he had tempered his body for dozens of years, so he wasn't killed by this punch. Right at this moment, he had regained his consciousness. But, right at this moment, he felt a chill on his back again. In his eyes, he saw a sharp awl piercing through his chest, and there was blood and flesh mixed in it. He opened his eyes wide, he never expected to die in this place. Plop! The old man's corpse fell onto the ground. There was a big hole in his chest, and his flesh was badly mutilated. There was no sign of life. After the old man died, Yi Xian walked over to the old man's corpse and collected the storage ring and weapons. After that, he threw the old man's corpse into a storage ring. Trying to kill me, you really don't know what death is. Yi Xian murmured in his mind, then he started checking the old man's storage ring. 2 corpses of heavenly core Xian beasts, 4 inner cores of heavenly core Xian beasts, a high-ranked earth weapon, there's even a high-ranked earth movement skill. Yi Xian laughed, then he threw all these things into his devouring space. After that, he immediately devoured all the corpses and inner cores. His cultivation base immediately soared by a large margin. At this rate, I should be able to break through to the minor earth core realm after consuming another 10 inner cores of heavenly core Xian beasts. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then he left the place. He was about to break through, he didn't want to stay here any longer. Since the people of Guangjin City dared to cause him trouble, of course he would have to take revenge. He had already planned it out. Once he broke through, he would go find them and make sure they wouldn't be able to return alive. Time passed by slowly, and all the green source giants in the vicinity were slowly being cleared out. In less than half an hour, half of the thousands of green source giants were cleared out. In another half an hour, all the green source giants would be cleared out. At that point of time, he would be able to deal with the green source giant sitting quietly in the heavenly Yuan sect. At this time, it had already been a long time since Yi Xian killed that Guangjin City consecrator. During this period of time, he had killed another 5 to 6 heavenly core green source giants, as well as a bunch of earth core giants. His cultivation was about to reach the peak of the earth core realm, just a little bit more and he would be able to break through to the minor earth core realm. Right at this moment, a huge figure suddenly entered his vision. The fuck, a 40-meter-tall green source giant, a minor heavenly core warrior? Yi Xian was startled, then he quickly backed off. A minor heavenly core giant was not something he could handle with his current strength, he had to back off. But, right when he backed off, someone was fighting the green source giant. It was the city lord of Divine Province, Jianghu, and the city lord of Guangjin City, Yuan Yi Bo. There were only 3 minor heavenly core green source giants, and if all their inner cores fell into Zheng Shuahai's hands, he would be able to break through to the late heavenly core realm. Yuan Yi Bo was the same. Therefore, they had to fight for it. Yuan Yi Bo, what are you trying to do? When Zheng Shuahai saw Yuan Yi Bo suddenly jumping out, he shouted out loudly. Zheng Shuahai, do you think this is a matter of first come, first served? Yuan Yi Bo said with a grin on his face. Although Zheng Shuahai had attacked first, this was still a matter of great importance, and Yuan Yi Bo would never give up so easily. You want to fight now? Fine, I, Zheng Shuahai, will accompany you. Zheng Shuahai shouted out loudly, then he immediately dashed towards Yuan Yi Bo. In an instant, both men started fighting. Furthermore, they were fighting right in front of the minor heavenly core green source giant. Worthy of being the city lords of the 2 main cities, you have guts. Yi Xian, who was flying in the air not far away, shook his head. In the next moment, he saw quite a few people approaching the green source giant. Chapter 296. Breakthrough, TSK, killing monsters is better than killing people, I'll go as well. Yi Xian sneered, then he landed on the ground and dashed towards the direction of the attack. His speed was extremely fast, and he was the first one to arrive 1,000 meters away from the 2 city lords, then he waited quietly. As expected, 3 silhouettes entered his perception range. He went around the 3 men and laid in ambush. When the 3 men approached him, he struck. 8 Desolation Wind Formation. 8 sharp blades were unleashed in an instant, slicing the 3 late Earth Core warriors into pieces. Yi Xian quickly picked up the storage rings and weapons from the 3 men, then he left the scene. These 3 men's loot was not bad, their loot was equivalent to 2 late heavenly core Xian beasts. Here they come again, a heavenly core warrior? Yi Xian was startled, then he immediately set up the fog formation and echo formation. He could kill a late Earth Core warrior in an instant, but he had to take a heavenly core warrior seriously. Right at this moment, the man who was rushing towards the green source giant furrowed his brows and asked, "Spirit formation, who set it up?" Although he was surprised, he didn't think too much about it and stepped into the formation. In this place, there were only two men he was afraid of. One was the city lord of Guangjin City, Yuan Yi Bo, and the other was the city lord of Divine Province, Zhengshuahai. Besides these two, he wasn't afraid of anyone. He increased his speed, thinking that if anyone dared to cause trouble for him, he would just kill them. This man was the young man who was called Young Master Yang Ling by Yuan Yi Bo, slap. Young Master Yang Ling stepped into the echo formation, and in the next moment, a crisp sound came from the side. Someone was here. I don't care who you are, die. To be safe, young Master Yang Ling swung his sword and cut his target in half. But, this was still a puppet used by Yi Xian to create a diversion. Swoosh swoosh. At the same time, Yi Xian took out the 8 Desolation Greatsword and swung it horizontally. Young Master Yang Ling immediately reacted, he raised both of his hands and blocked the 8 Desolation Greatsword. This is... Young Master Yang Ling's eyes widened, he quickly used his core to protect his ears. Buzz! An enormous sound resounded as young Master Yang Ling's entire body was blasted flying. Subsequently, a sharp awl assaulted him. High-grade Earth-level martial art, cross-heavenly light slash. Young Master Yang Ling's right hand quickly chopped and swept. A cross-shaped attack instantly struck out, scattering Tian Chongpa. So strong. This person's strength isn't something I can fight against right now. Retreat. Not far away, Yi Xian sensed it and immediately withdrew his Bahuang sword before fleeing. Since his attack failed, he immediately fled. Yi Xian did not expect that he would kick an iron plate this time. His opponent reacted quickly and used his Jindan essence to protect his ears, rendering the 8 Desolation Heaven-shaking sword useless. Then, he dispersed the Sky Rush attack. This level of strength was definitely not something he could handle at the moment. Therefore, he could only run. Young Master Yang Ling flipped backwards and landed steadily on the ground. Then, he quickly rushed towards the place where the Bahuang sword was assembled. However, after chasing for a while, he did not find anyone. Humph, you do have some ability. If I catch you, I'll skin you alive. Young Master Yang Ling let out a cold snort, then he turned around and left. He wanted to help Yuan Yibo deal with Zhengshuahai first. After he left, Yi Xian walked out from under the shade of a dark tree. This guy is so strong, and he's so young. I'm sure he's not from Guangjin City. Looks like things aren't going well. Yi Xian thought to himself, then he disappeared again. He had to break through as soon as possible so he could go and help Yuan Yibo. After that, he encountered another group of 3 men from Guangjin City. After that, he killed a Heavenly Core Green Source Giant. After devouring the core of the Heavenly Core Xian Beast, he finally heard the system's notification in his mind. Ding, the host has broken through to the initial Earth Core realm. I finally broke through. Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief. After breaking through, the strength of his core energy had skyrocketed, and his physique had improved as well. Right now, the number of core crystals he had devoured had reached 800. With so many core crystals, if it was anyone else, they would have no problem breaking through to the initial Heavenly Core realm, but he was only at the initial Earth Core realm. Rumble. Just as he was breaking through, the battle not far from him had become even more intense. From a one-on-one fight between 2 men, it had turned into a chaotic battle between more than 10 men. Besides, judging from the sounds, it seemed like the Divine Land City was at a disadvantage. Looks like Guangjin City has a secret weapon. No, I need to go help now. Yi Xian didn't dare think too much about it. He quickly turned around and ran towards the battlefield. If all the men from Divine Land City were killed, then he wouldn't be able to get 10% of the core crystals. Ha ha ha, Xianxia, why are you running away? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Guangjin City's city lord, Yuan Yibo laughed out loud. Right now, the city lord, Xianxia, was being beaten back by Yuan Yibo. It wasn't because he was weaker than Yuan Yibo, it was because of another powerful warrior, a warrior at the initial heavenly core realm. Back off, everyone back off. Xianxia shouted with a serious expression. Although they had the advantage in terms of numbers, the nascent heavenly core warrior who had appeared out of nowhere was stronger than Xianxia. Therefore, there was no suspense in this battle. Huh, you want to leave? It's not that easy. If I let you run away, you might come back later. I'm not that stupid. Young Master Yangling, please help me. Yuan Yibo shouted out loudly. When he heard what Yuan Yibo said, Xianxia's face sank. Young Master Yangling? Wasn't he the young city lord of Yangling City, one of the 3 upper cities in the central province? Alright, Senior Xie, help City Lord Yuan kill them. I'll handle this initial heavenly core green source giant. A young man's voice sounded out. Immediately after that, another figure dashed out from the side. Not good. Xianxia gritted his teeth and ran away with all his strength. 2 initial heavenly core warriors, one was as strong as him, and the other was stronger than him. If he was surrounded by them, his life would be in danger. All the warriors who had just broken through to the heavenly core realm and earth core realm had their morale boosted, and they started charging towards Zhengyu and the other men. On the other side, Yi Xian had a serious expression on his face as well. Looking at the backs of those men, he thought to himself, if I go there now, I might not make it in time. Why don't I find that young Master Yangling? He knew that Senior Xie was young Master Yangling's bodyguard. As long as young Master Yangling was threatened, he would definitely come back. With that thought in mind, Yi Xian immediately dashed out. Just now, he couldn't defeat young Master Yangling, and even his sneak attack failed. But now, he had broken through, and it was still uncertain who would win. Right now, young Master Yangling was fighting with the initial heavenly core green source giant, and he had no idea that Yi Xian was approaching him. Chapter 297. Young Master Yangling was dead. Bang! Bang! Young Master Yangling kept attacking. His physique was stronger than the old man Yi Xian had killed earlier. His strength was considered to be very strong amongst those who had just broken through to the heavenly core realm. But, when compared to Yi Xian, his physique was still much weaker. Swoosh! Yi Xian instantly crossed 100 meters and arrived next to young Master Yangling. Coincidentally, the green source giant was helping Yi Xian as well. 2 attacks from 2 different directions brought great pressure to young Master Yangling. It's you again, you scum. This time, young Master Yangling finally saw Yi Xian's face. Without hesitating, he unleashed a huge amount of core energy, and after dodging the green source giant's attack, he used his longsword to block in front of him, blocking Yi Xian's 8 Desolation Greatsword. But, before he left, Yi Xian had consumed a type of pill, the Great Strength Pill. When he was still in the mortal core realm, Yi Xian had consumed one before. That pill was only effective for mortal core warriors. This time, it was an earth core great strength pill, and it was worth 30 devour crystals. With double the strength, Yi Xian's attack was extremely powerful. With a single sweep, he knocked young Master Yangling into the air. Seeing this, Yi Xian immediately changed his weapon. 7 meteor chain arrows. 7 meteor chain arrows. 7 meteor chain arrows. Before young Master Yangling had flown more than 100 meters away, Yi Xian had already shot out 3 predictive attacks. 21 arrow beams flew towards young Master Yangling like lightning. Damn it! Young Master Yangling's hands were trembling from the attack. Looking at the 21 arrow beams, he unleashed a few core energy palms with all his strength. He tried to block these arrow beams, and at the same time, increase his speed and get away from the arrow beams. These palms were very powerful, but they were easily pierced through. They only managed to block 3 arrow beams. As for the remaining 18 arrow beams, they quickly flew past his body. Pooh! 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 Even though young Master Yang Ling intended to dodge, 4 arrows still hit him. His thighs, shoulders, stomach, and arms were all pierced through. Blood instantly dyed his snow-white clothes red. Damn it! Young Master Yang Ling gritted his teeth and cursed. Although he had dodged the fatal blow, his expression instantly stiffened in the next moment. He did not know when Yi Xian had caught up to him, but the Ba Huang greatsword in his hand slashed down at him from top to bottom. Bang! Young Master Yang Ling propped up the long sword with both hands and held it above his head. His entire body was instantly chopped to the ground, and half of his body was embedded in the mud. Yi Xian's unparalleled strength made his hands tremble violently. Fortunately, his body was strong, otherwise, he would have been cut in half by this sword. However, at this moment, he suddenly noticed something. Yi Xian, who was more than 10 meters away, was actually holding a sword with one hand. Not good. His eyes widened as he watched Yi Xian throw a punch through the air. The speed of this punch was even faster than his, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of him. Bang! Young Master Yang Ling's chest was hit, and the aura in his body instantly became chaotic. His hands no longer had the strength to support the Ba Huang greatsword. Rip! The Ba Huang greatsword slashed down, cutting off young Master Yang Ling's left arm and half of his shoulder. The cut was very neat, and the white bone could be seen at the wound. With his left shoulder cut off, young Master Yang Ling was in so much pain that he almost fainted. However, at this moment, the Ba Huang greatsword suddenly exploded again. Bang! Young Master Yang Ling was completely stunned. Just now, he used all his strength to block the Ba Huang greatsword, so he could not protect his ears. This time, although there was no echo array, it was still able to knock him out for 2 seconds. 2 seconds was enough for Yi Xian to kill him 100 times over. You're dead. Tens of meters away, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He suddenly took a step forward with his left foot and arrived in front of young Master Yang Ling in an instant. After that, he stabbed the Ba Huang greatsword into young Master Yang Ling's chest. Rip! The sound of the chest being pierced through was very interesting. Young Master Yang Ling spat out a mouthful of blood as he stared at Yi Xian. His eyes were filled with viciousness, but right at this moment, his consciousness was slowly fading away, and he collapsed onto the ground weakly. After young Master Yang Ling's life force was completely gone, Yi Xian put away all of his belongings and body. After that, Yi Xian quickly checked young Master Yang Ling's storage ring. Damn it, I'm rich. Right at this moment, the small heavenly core giant stomped its foot on the ground. Yi Xian nimbly dodged the attack, then he quickly ran into the distance, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Right now, he was using a high-ranked Earth rank movement skill he obtained from the old man. When the small heavenly core giant couldn't find Yi Xian, it immediately turned around and dashed towards Yuan Yi Bo and the other men. What? Yuan Yi Bo and old Xie who were chasing after Zheng Shuahai and the other men couldn't help but turn around when they heard the loud noise behind them. What? Why is it coming towards us? Where's young master? Old Xie was shocked, and he immediately stopped running. He knew about young Master Yang Ling's strength, he was confident that he could hold off the green source giant. But now, the green source giant was dashing towards them. This meant that young Master Yang Ling must have met with some accident. Without hesitation, old Xie quickly turned around and ran back to check on the situation. He was young Master Yang Ling's bodyguard. If something happened to young Master Yang Ling, he would be in big trouble. Old Xie, you. When Yuan Yi Bo saw old Xie turn around, he hastily shouted out. The reason why the men from Divine Land City had retreated was because they were afraid that he would join forces with old Xie. Now that old Xie had turned around, if he stayed here, wouldn't he be dead for sure? Right now, on the side of Guangjin City, there were only 2 men who had just broken through to the Heavenly Core Realm, and less than 10 men who had reached the profound Earth Core Realm. On the side of Divine Land City, besides Zhengshuahai, there were still 4 Heavenly Core Warriors, and a dozen Earth Core Warriors. No, there were more than 4 Heavenly Core Warriors. Yuan Yibo sensed his surroundings, and he found out that there were 4 more hurried footsteps. Another 4 Heavenly Core Warriors. Right now, his expression had changed from Zheng Shuahai's. Zheng Shuahai was waiting for old Xie to leave, then he would turn around and attack. Retreat! Yuan Yibo was the first to shout out. You want to leave? Chase after them. Zheng Shuahai stopped running and immediately shouted out. Originally, it was the Guangjin City who was chasing after the Divine Land City, but now, it was the Divine Land City who was chasing after them. However, right at that moment, a figure suddenly charged out. Ah! A miserable scream entered Yuan Yibo's ears. He recognized this voice. It was the voice of a Heavenly Core Warrior in his mansion. Impossible, with consecrated Su's strength, even if he encountered those 4 men from Soaring Heaven Mansion and Heavenly Yuan sect, he shouldn't have been killed in an instant. Who could it be? Chapter 298. The tragic city lord of Guangjin. Could it be that revered elder? He wasn't killed by the Divine Land City, but by that young man? When he thought of this, Yuan Yibo's body trembled violently. How could someone who had just broken through to the Earth Core Realm kill a Heavenly Core Warrior who was 3 levels higher than him? But, this wasn't the time to think about this, he had to run for his life. But right at this moment, another scream sounded out. It was the last Heavenly Core Warrior from Guangjin City. He had died. Right now, there were only 2 initial Heavenly Core Warriors left in Guangjin City, but none of them had just broken through to the Heavenly Core Realm. After all, young Master Yang Ling seemed to be in trouble as well. But, the screams didn't stop. While Yuan Yibo was running for his life, the rest of the men were all killed by the same man. This man was Yi Xian. All the small fries have been killed, now it's your turn, old man. Yi Xian, who was secretly following Yuan Yibo in the forest, said with his eyes glowing. Senior Xie, come and help me. Yuan Yibo shouted out loudly. But, Senior Xie had disappeared without a trace. He didn't care about Yuan Yibo at all. Yuan Yibo was so angry that his face turned pale. What he was going to face next was a huge problem. He was being chased by men from the Divine Land City, and in front of him was a green source giant at the early Heavenly Core Realm. Not only that, there was also a mysterious man staring at him. Although there was still a direction for him to run in, that direction was extremely dangerous. That was a group of dark beasts that hadn't been killed yet. If he just ran in recklessly, he would be doomed. Therefore, Yuan Yibo waved his hand and summoned the golden armored eagle down from the sky. Although this golden armored eagle wasn't as strong as the soaring cloud bird in the Divine Land City, it was still a late Earth Core Warrior. If he could ride on it, he might be able to return to Guangjin City. But, when the golden armored eagle was about 400 to 500 meters away from the ground, a series of arrows suddenly shot into the sky and pierced through its head. Looking at his mount falling down from the sky, Yuan Yibo couldn't help but curse out loud, "Damn it." He knew that this must be Yi Xian's work. It looked like he only had one method, and that was to charge into the group of dark beasts and use these green source giants to obstruct the path of Zheng Shuahai and the others. Zheng Shuahai and the others also understood his intentions and hurriedly changed directions, wanting to stop him. But, no matter what, Yuan Yibo was still a mid-Heavenly Core Warrior. Besides Zheng Shuahai, who else here could match his speed? No, there was one more person. Yi Xian. You want to run? Stay here. Yi Xian suddenly rushed out and swung his 8 Desolations greatsword. In an instant, he cut down more than 10 trees and slashed at Yuan Yibo. Yuan Yibo had already expected Yi Xian to make a move, so he hurriedly blocked the attack with his broadsword. However, he would never have expected that there would be a formation beneath his feet at that moment. Echo array. Buzz. The great desolate sword instantly exploded, and the loud sound reverberated throughout the entire echo array, continuously stimulating Yuan Yibo's mind, making him dizzy for a full second. 1 second, although it didn't seem to be long, for a warrior at his level, 1 second was enough for him to fight a few rounds of attacks. This second allowed Yi Xian to form another 8 Desolations Greatsword. Buzz. The second 8 Desolations Greatsword immediately exploded, and the sound once again entered Yuan Yibo's ears. This time, the effect wasn't as good, it only made him dizzy for 0.5 seconds. But, Yi Xian had achieved his goal, this 0.5 second delay allowed Zheng Shuahai to catch up to him. Not good. After Yuan Yibo woke up, he cursed in his mind. He immediately unleashed a huge slash towards Yi Xian, and arrived in front of Yi Xian in an instant. 8 Desolations Shield. Yi Xian hastily unsheathed the 8 Desolations sword and blocked it in front of him. Bang! The huge slash collided with the 8 Wastelands shield, instantly reducing the impact by a large amount. However, the 8 Wastelands wind-killing array wasn't enough to block this slash, so Yi Xian also punched the back of the 8 Wastelands shield and forcefully withstood it. How is this possible? He blocked it? Yuan Yibo was shocked. His blade strike was his best high-ranked martial skill, and it was more than enough to instantly kill a heavenly core warrior. But, Yi Xian was just an earth core warrior. Yuan Yibo, die. Zheng Shuahai caught up to Yuan Yibo and thrust his sword forward. The sword beam flashed past like lightning, but it didn't hit Yuan Yibo, it only grazed his shoulder. You old fool, I'll kill you. Yuan Yibo knew he couldn't escape, so he immediately turned around and charged towards Yi Xian. In an instant, both men engaged in a fierce battle. Leave this old fox to me, you guys go and stop that green source giant. Zheng Shuahai shouted at Zheng Yu who had just arrived. Yes, father. Zheng Yu nodded his head, then he immediately led a few men to stop the green source giant. As for Yi Xian, he disappeared again and hid in the woods. He was looking for a chance to kill Yuan Yibo, because he didn't know when old Xie would come back. If old Xie came back, perhaps they would have to fight a battle to the death. Although both men were conserving their strength, they had used up a lot of their core energies. Now, Yuan Yibo and Zheng Shuahai were fighting to the death, and they were both using high-ranked Earth Realm martial skills, so their core energies were quickly being depleted. Yi Xian was waiting for Yuan Yibo's core energies to run out. That way, Yuan Yibo's threat would be greatly reduced, and he would be able to strike suddenly and kill Yuan Yibo. Of course, before that, he could help Zheng Shuahai distract Yuan Yibo. Who knows, he might be able to get a surprise. Chain of 7 stars. Chain of 7 stars. Chain of 7 stars. Arrows kept shooting towards Yuan Yibo. Although Yuan Yibo was guarding against Yi Xian, these attacks were extremely fast. Combined with the fact that Zheng Shuahai was a nascent heavenly core warrior, there was no way he could dodge all of these arrows. Just the first round of attacks had hit his calf, causing it to bleed profusely, and his ability to move was greatly reduced. While fighting to the death, Yuan Yibo couldn't find the time to take any healing pills. Because of that, his wounds kept bleeding, and every step he took left behind a bloody footprint. A single wound wasn't a big deal, but Yi Xian was attacking like a mad dog. Yuan Yibo couldn't defend himself against so many attacks, and soon, his body was covered in blood. No matter if it was his core energies or his physical strength, both had been greatly depleted. It's about time. Yi Xian focused his mind, and once again formed the 8 Desolation Greatsword. This time, he used the great sword to attack. Bang! 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 Zheng Shuahai kept attacking, and Yuan Yibo was forced to retreat again and again. But now, Yi Xian was blocking Yuan Yibo's path of retreat with his great sword. Soon, Yuan Yibo was at the end of his strength. Most of the core energies in his body had been used up by his movement skill. Not good. Yuan Yibo's heart sank. Right now, he could only use 2 more high-ranked Earth Realm martial skills. He was filled with hatred. If he had fought with the Divine Land City from the beginning, perhaps the result would have been different. Chapter 299. Poison? Stinking brat, even if I, Yuan Yibo, die, I'll drag you down with me. Yuan Yibo suddenly shouted. He used the last of his Jindan essence to execute a movement technique and rushed toward Yi Xian. His resentment toward Yi Xian was much greater than Zheng Shuahai's. This time, it could be said that he had lost to Yi Xian. Die, brat! Yuan Yibo shouted and slashed down with his broadsword. But before that, Yi Xian had already formed the Octaterra shield above his head and supported it with his left hand. Clang! The high-grade earth-level broadsword slammed into the Octaterra shield. Yuan Yibo's physique was slightly weaker than Yi Xian's, so the broadsword was useless. However, Yuan Yibo's killing move was yet to come. Whoosh! Yuan Yibo suddenly pulled out a small knife from the hilt and flung it out, stabbing Yi Xian in the shoulder. What? Yi Xian was also stunned. He punched out angrily and sent Yuan Yibo flying. Ding! The host is immune to the poison. When Yuan Yibo pulled out the knife, Yi Xian thought that he was going to shoot his head, but Yuan Yibo didn't. He just flung it casually. He definitely didn't expect that Yi Xian was immune to all poisons. Ha ha ha, you've been poisoned with the muscle-severing powder. In one day, your meridians will break and you'll die. Brat, do you feel that your meridians are starting to break? Yuan Yibo, who was sent flying, laughed loudly. But Yi Xian couldn't be bothered with him. He pulled out his high-grade earth-level longbow and shot an arrow. 7 stars chain. 7 arrows were shot in succession. All 7 arrows hit their mark. One of them even pierced through Yuan Yibo's heart. Plop! Yuan Yibo's body fell to the ground. Zheng Shuahai also let out a sigh of relief. Guangjin City's city lord Yuan Yibo was finally dead. I didn't expect little brother Yi to be so secretive. If it weren't for you this time, I'm afraid the consequences would be unimaginable, Zheng Shuahai said, then said again, little brother Yi, hurry up and cure the poison. That day, senior, don't worry. I've already taken an antidote beforehand. In addition, the biggest contribution this time is Senior Gui. I'm just helping you from the side. Yi Xian said modestly. This was the truth. If he were to face Yuan Yibo alone, he would definitely be beaten until half of his body was paralyzed or even impotent. Yuan Yibo is only the city lord of the lower 3 cities. It's one thing for him to die. But that young master Yang Ling can't die. Could it be that you killed him as well? Zheng Shuahai frowned as he asked. Yi Xian paused in his heart and said, could it be that young master Yang Ling is the junior city governor of Yangling? That's right. Yangling City is ranked 4th in the central province, one of the upper 3 cities. The city governor is a late heavenly core warrior. If you killed him, you would be in big trouble. Zheng Shuahai said. Late heavenly core warrior, Yi Xian murmured. Late heavenly core realm, if he broke through again, he would be able to break through to the strength realm of the spirit realm. At that time, his physique would be greatly improved, and he would be comparable to an adult wyvern. But, the late heavenly core realm was still within the divine core realm. Yi Xian felt that if he broke through 1 or 2 more realms, he would be able to fight with the city governor. I know that young master Yang Ling is the junior city governor of Yangling City, that's why I let him go. Yi Xian shook his head. He was only at the early Earth Core realm. What if the mayor came for him? What if he was attacked by the mayor? That's good. Zheng Shuahai nodded his head. After that, he walked in front of Yuan Yibo's corpse and took out the storage ring. That old fox Yuan Yibo is the greediest man in the lower 3 cities, but at the same time, he is also the richest. I'm sure there are a lot of good things in his storage ring. But, if it wasn't for little brother Yi, I wouldn't have been able to kill him, and I would have died a horrible death. Therefore, this storage ring should be yours. Zheng Shuahai threw the storage ring to Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Zheng Shuahai to be so generous. Yuan Yibo was the city governor of Guangjin City, and he had to collect taxes from all the big cities under his control every year. When Yi Xian touched the storage ring, he immediately immersed his divine sense into the storage ring. In the next moment, he was stunned. Oh my god, this Yuan Yibo is the same as that young master Yang Ling, they are both filthy rich. Yi Xian cried out in his mind. In the storage ring, he saw a mountain of crystals, all of which were supreme-grade crystals. 10 million, a total of 10 million supreme-grade crystals. This was equivalent to 1,000 Devour crystals. Just now, Yi Xian killed young master Yang Ling and seized his storage ring. He had already devoured the items in the ring, which were worth about 10 million supreme-grade crystals. Now, however, he had obtained another interspatial ring with great value. He was overjoyed. Immediately, he devoured more than half of the items in the storage ring, and the number of Devour crystals reached 3,500. In the end, what was left in the Devour space were materials for forging and refining elixirs, as well as some inner cores of dark beasts. There are still many martial arts. I'll collect them all and pass them on to others. Then, I'll dispose of them. Yi Xian seemed to see a trade route. Little brother Yi, come back to your senses and clear the rest of the dark beasts, Zheng Shuahai shouted. Yi Xian came back to his senses, then he exchanged for some recovery pills and threw them over to Zheng Shuahai. Senior, distribute these pills, they can greatly increase the efficiency of our work. Zheng Shuahai received the jade bottle with a dubious expression. He opened the bottle and immediately smelled a refreshing fragrance. He tried consuming one of the pills, and he immediately recovered 20% of his core energy. These are all concocted by me, just one pill is enough to fully restore my core energy, I still have a lot of them. Yi Xian threw a few more bottles over. Each bottle contained 10 pills, which was equivalent to 10 Devour crystals. Now that he was rich, he naturally had to take care of his teammates. Besides, he might need Zheng Shuahai's help later. Without hesitation, Zheng Shuahai quickly returned to the storage ring and distributed the pills to the others. Yi Xian followed behind him. After that, the group of men started attacking the green source giant with a group of attacks. Zheng Shuahai was the one who attracted the attention of the green source giant, while the rest of the men were attacking the green source giant's Dantian. Every single human had a high-ranked earthly item, that was why they were able to fight dark beasts who were at a higher cultivation level than them. So, this was a group attack. In less than half a minute, the green source giant fell to the ground with a loud bang. It's finally dead. Everyone let out a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Right at this moment, Zheng Shuahai suddenly said, "Little brother Yi, can you give me this dark beast's inner core? I can pay you 2 million high-ranked crystal stones." All right. Yi Xian immediately agreed. Chapter 300. Another breakthrough. Zheng Shuahai was very generous. He took out 2 million high-grade crystal stones and completed the transaction. Yi Xian once again swallowed the high-grade crystal stones, increasing his strength once again. At this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly entered everyone's ears. All the people from Divine Land City had gathered here, including Zhou Yan and the other 3. Then, who could it be? In the next moment, they knew that it was Elder Xie. His appearance made everyone's nerves tense up again. The old man walked out from the forest and asked in surprise, "You killed Yuan Yibo?" Zheng Shuahai walked to the front of the crowd and cupped his fists. "However, that Yuan Yibo died in our hands." Elder Xie narrowed his eyes and paused for a moment. "Do you know who I am?" "I know, Xie Hui from the Sun Hill City Lord's mansion, the right-hand man of the Sun Hill City Lord." Zheng Shuahai nodded. "It's good that you know." Xie Hui paused for a moment, then said, "Just now, who ambushed my young master?" Hearing this question, Yi Xian's heart couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, Zheng Shuahai said, "Just now, all of us were gathered together. It's impossible to ambush young Master Yang Ling from so far away." Although he knew that the one who ambushed young Master Yang Ling was Yi Xian, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it was better to hide it. Xie Hui's eyes widened and fell on Yi Xian. He felt that he had never seen Yi Xian before, then said, "Then, what about this kid?" Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian suddenly released a burst of Dan essence. Small success Earth Core stage? Xie Hui instantly sensed it. Small success Earth Core stage, even if it was a sneak attack on young Master Yang Ling, it would be impossible to succeed. This kid is only a small success Earth Core stage, young Master can crush him with one hand. It seems that there are some other people secretly acting and ambushing young Master. Xie Hui thought for a moment, then said, "I have already sent the news back to Sun Hill City. Our city lord will definitely be interested in this green source giant, so I hope that you can wait for the city lord to arrive." Wait for the city lord to arrive? What kind of joke is this? Your Excellency, I'm sorry, but I can't agree. Zheng Shuahai refused without thinking. If he could get his hands on this profound heavenly core, he might be able to break through to the profound heavenly core realm. It was impossible for him to give this core away. You dare to refuse? Xie Hui glared at him. Humph. Zheng Shuahai snorted coldly and said, "If the Yangling city lord came, I would be somewhat fearful. However, you are merely his dog. You alone want me to give up this green source giant? Dog? You're courting death." A powerful Dan essence suddenly gushed out of Xie Hui's body. He was the second in command of Yangling City. How could he be humiliated like this? However, he was weak now. If he fought head-on, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. What a joke. Although the central state is not a country, there are rules set by the first city lord. The city lords of the upper three cities are not allowed to make a move against the people of the lower three cities if there is no enmity between them. Even if the city lord of Sun Ascent comes personally, I am not afraid. Xie Hui said loudly. Of course, Xie Hui knew about this rule. Right now, even if the city lord of Sun Ascent was here, he wouldn't dare to make a move against Zheng Shuahai. If he did, he would immediately be killed by the first city lord. The first city lord was the overlord of the central state, the overlord of the entire heavenly water continent. He wouldn't dare go against the first city lord. Perhaps other people didn't know about this, but someone like Xie Hui knew that the first city lord was actually the pavilion master of the Myriad Pavilion. He was omniscient and omnipotent. Good, very good, I will personally report this to the city lord. I hope your attitude will still be as tough when the time comes. Farewell. Xie Hui knew that if he continued to stay here, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Therefore, he left immediately. Looking at his back as he left, Yi Xian and Zheng Shuahai looked at each other and let out a sigh of relief. The city lords of the upper three cities were not allowed to make a move against the people of the lower three cities. However, Yi Xian was not from the central state. Besides, if the city lord of Sun Ascent found out that Yi Xian had ambushed young Master Yang Ling and caused him to go missing, he would definitely come here personally. Therefore, Zheng Shuahai gathered everyone together and secretly gave them a few words of advice. After that, they took a short break before they continued hunting. Right now, Yi Xian's strength had been recognized, and he was quite wealthy. He no longer needed the 10% of inner cores from the Xian beasts. Therefore, each of them killed their own inner cores and kept the inner cores for themselves. After a few hours of killing, all the green giants around the Heavenly Yuan sect were finally cleared out. But what shocked everyone in the Divine Land City was that even with so many people, their efficiency was still lower than Yi Xian and his group. After that, Yi Xian started counting the inner cores from the Xian beasts. He got 1 inner core from a mid-heavenly core warrior, 40 inner cores from a mid-heavenly core warrior, 200 inner cores from a mid-heavenly core warrior, 600 inner cores from a mid-heavenly core warrior, 1500 inner cores from a mid-heavenly core warrior, and as for the remaining 3000 inner cores from a mortal core warrior, they were all from a mortal core warrior. This number also shocked everyone. With all these inner cores, the Soaring Heaven Mansion could become a force that was even stronger than the Guangjin City. Don't forget, the Guangjin City was a city. Aside from the mayor's mansion, there were other families. As for the Soaring Heaven Mansion, it was a sect. However, all of these were killed by Yi Xian alone. If Zhou Yan and the other 3 were included, the number would be even greater. These thousands of green giants, just their corpses alone almost helped Yi Xian break through again. After that, Yi Xian devoured some more things. Ding, the host has broken through to the mid-heavenly core realm. In just one battle, he had broken through twice. Even he didn't expect this. Right at this moment, the people from the Divine Land City had gathered together with the people from the Soaring Heaven Mansion. They were recovering and discussing at the same time. Now that all those small green giants have been cleared out, what we need to do next is to deal with that green giant. Zheng Shuahai, who was the strongest among them, said, "Grandfather, why did that green giant just sit there and watch us clear out those small green giants? Why didn't it do anything?" Zheng Miao asked curiously. Hearing this, Zheng Shuahai shook his head and said, "I'm not sure either. Perhaps, it's quietly absorbing that celestial green rock. Father, it has devoured the celestial green rock, its strength might be stronger than an ordinary mid-heavenly core warrior. Can we really kill it?" Zheng Yu asked doubtfully. "We'll only know after we try. Don't tell me we should just give up and give it to the mayor?" Zheng Shuahai asked. Chapter 301. Target, Green Source Giant. A Strength Realm warrior could easily deal with 100 late heavenly core warriors. If he could break through to the Strength Realm, he might be able to dominate the entire heavenly water continent. Let's give it a try first. This Green Source Giant is a bit strange, let's take a look first. If it doesn't work, we'll discuss it with the mayor. Zheng Shuahai said. Everyone nodded their heads, then they went back to their own rooms. As for Yi Xian, he brought Zhou Yan and Lin Shi to the side. Supreme Elder, you guys don't have to participate this time. Just take these inner cores and go back. Yi Xian took out a storage ring. Zhou Yan checked it, and he was almost scared to death. These inner cores, you want to give them all to the Soaring Heaven Mansion? Of course it's not free, Supreme Elder, you know what I mean. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows in a wretched manner. You little bastard, name a price. Zhou Yan scolded angrily. Yi Xian had actually set a price a long time ago. If he swallowed the inner cores directly, the value would be too low. If he took them out, he could get double or triple the price. He still had a nascent heavenly core inner core, and that was worth a lot of money. Supreme Elder, how many crystal stones do you have? Yi Xian asked in a low voice. This. When you gave us a total of 100 million high-ranked crystal stones. Zhou Yan replied in a low voice as well. 10,000. Yi Xian was shocked as well. Young Master Yang Ling's storage ring only had a value of 10 million high-ranked crystal stones, and the mayor of Guangjin City had a value of 15 million high-ranked crystal stones. However, Zhou Yan's storage ring had 100 million high-ranked crystal stones. This was more than all the mayor's mansions in the Zhong province combined. With so many high-ranked crystal stones, wasn't Zhou Yan worried that he would suddenly die and let others take advantage of him? Supreme Elder, how many do you have? Yi Xian asked again. 80 million, you little brat, with so many high-ranked crystal stones, if word got out, the soaring heaven mansion would definitely be destroyed. What are you going to do with them? Zhou Yan asked in a low voice. 80 million. Alright, 80 million it is. I'll take all of these inner cores. There are also a few tens of thousands of refined inner cores. Yi Xian giggled and said, Grand Elder, I'll tell you the truth. I'm cultivating a special skill, and I need to rely on crystal stones to increase my cultivation. How else do you think I was able to break through to the profound earth core realm? What? You've already broken through to the profound earth core realm? Lin Shi carefully sensed it, but he couldn't find anything. Yi Xian put away the concealment pearl on his body. This time, Lin Shi and Zhou Yan could feel that he was indeed at the profound earth core realm. This technique is very special. I've already spent countless crystals to break through to this point. Yi Xian said slowly. Although he couldn't tell anyone about the devouring system, he could fabricate an excuse for himself. Then, can you? Zhou Yan asked. Yi Xian shook his head. No, I still need a lot more. Although I can't break through, I can still increase my strength by a lot. Zhou Yan and Lin Shi were so shocked that they wanted to prostrate themselves on the ground. They looked at each other, and in the end, they each took out 40 million crystal stones. A total of 80 million crystal stones. Grand Elder, take these inner cores and return to the soaring heaven mansion. After the transaction, Yi Xian said. Alright, be careful. Zhou Yan nodded his head. Both of them were much weaker than Jianghu, who was at the same cultivation level. They might not be of much use here. Oh right, Suijing and the others. Yi Xian suddenly said. Zhou Yan shook his head. No, when we came out, both of them were still in that state. Furthermore, they have already broken through to the profound earth core realm. Don't worry, when Yu is watching over them, nothing will happen to them. Profound earth core realm huh? Yi Xian laughed at himself. He had spent so much to break through to the profound earth core realm, but Song Suijing and Judge Song had broken through from the initial mortal core realm to the profound earth core realm. This was a huge blow to his heart. But, Song Suijing was his fiancé, and Judge Song was his brother-in-law. The faster both of them improved, the happier he would be. Looks like I might be able to break through to the heavenly core realm. I can't fall behind. Yi Xian suddenly felt a surge of energy in his heart. He couldn't be defeated by his fiancé. In the end, Mo Ziyun and Yi Tianlang decided to leave as well. After that, they brought Lin Shui, and Zhou Yan back to the soaring heaven mansion. What Yi Xian and his group were going to face next was a profound earth core Xian beast, and it had an amazing defensive strength. Therefore, these profound earth core warriors could only watch from the side. After all, there was no way they could break through its defense. Little brother Yi, are you ready? Right at this moment, Zheng Shuahai walked over. Yes, we can leave at any time. Yi Xian nodded his head. His recovery speed was amazing, and in terms of physical strength, he didn't need to rest at all. In terms of core essence, he had the pills that were worth some core energy crystals, so he didn't need to rest either. If that's the case, let's go. Zheng Shuahai said in a serious manner. There were only 6 men who were going to challenge the Green Source Giant. Excluding Zheng Shuahai and Yi Xian, there were also 4 other heavenly core warriors, Jianghu. The 6 of them gathered together and jumped down from the cliff. After that, they started charging towards the Green Source Giant. Soon, they arrived at the old site of the Heavenly Yuan sect, which had been destroyed beyond recognition. I'm afraid this Green Source Giant has a digestive disorder because it swallowed that celestial bluestone. That's why it keeps spewing out smaller giants. Zheng Shuahai looked at the green source giant that was more than 40 meters tall even though it was sitting on the ground. In fact, Yi Xian was thinking the same thing. The reason why the green source giant didn't move was probably because it was digested. Therefore, this green source giant's mobility was much weaker than before. But, they couldn't let their guard down just because of this. After all, this was a profound earth core Xian beast. When it gets up, you guys attack its dantian. I'll attract its attention. Zheng Shuahai said. Yes. Zheng Yu and the rest of the men replied. Yi Xian nodded his head as well. Right now, they were at least 4 to 5 kilometers away from the green source giant. For them, it would only take them a dozen seconds to reach it. The 6 men made some preparations, then they followed behind Zheng Shuahai and charged towards the green source giant. Yi Xian took out his high-ranked earth weapon Bao. When facing a Xian beast like this, a Bao was much more useful. Soon after, they arrived in front of the green source giant. Go! Zheng Shuahai shouted out loudly. He instantly increased his speed and arrived at the green source giant's feet. He swung his long sword and unleashed a powerful slash towards the green source giant's feet. Crack! A crisp sound was heard, and the sword beam shattered in an instant. However, the green source giant was unharmed. Zheng Shuahai was shocked. The long sword in his hand was a high-ranked earth weapon, and he was using a high-ranked earth rank martial skill. It was more than enough to slice an ordinary profound earth core Xian beast in half. Chapter 302. A waste of effort at the same time, Yi Xian and the rest of the men had also launched their attacks towards the designated spot. All of their attacks landed on the giant's stomach, but just like Zheng Shuahai, they had no effect. Zheng Yu and the other 3 men were fine. But, even Yi Xian's 7-star chain had no effect. He had the bloodline of the venerable archer, it could increase the power of his archery skills by 30%. His attacks were much stronger than Zheng Yu and the others. Woo! The green source giant suddenly let out a deep roar, scaring all the men. But, it didn't move, it just sat there quietly. This green source giant is really strange, it won't move no matter what. I wonder if it's looking down on us, or is it really trying to digest us? Yi Xian thought to himself as he continued attacking the same spot. Zheng Shuahai frowned as well, then he stepped back. The 6 of them attacked the green source giant's dantian together, but the giant's defense was too strong. They had been attacking it for half a minute, but nothing happened. This is terrifying, it must be the effect of the celestial green stone, it has increased its defense by a few levels. Perhaps, even the mayor can't break this green source giant's defense. Zheng Shuahai couldn't help but say. Father, what should we do now? Zheng Yu asked. Let's try again. Zheng Shuahai was still unwilling to give up. They attacked for a while more, and after 2 minutes, all the pills were used up. But, the green source giant still didn't move, it was still unharmed. Looks like this green source giant is not fated to be with us. Zheng Shuahai had given up. Too bad, even if we can't get the celestial green stone, a profound core beast's inner core can help Father break through to the profound core realm. Zheng Yu shook his head helplessly. Fine, we got so many inner cores this time, it's not bad at all. Zheng Shuahai was easily satisfied. Although the inner cores they got in Divine Land City couldn't be compared to Yi Xian's, it wasn't much less. These inner cores were more than enough to increase the overall strength of the mayor's mansion by a few levels. But, they were still unwilling to give up, that's why they had to wait here. When the mayor of Yangling arrives, they might be able to do him a favor. Or, he could watch a joke. Sure enough, 1 day later, the Yangling city governor arrived on a rock. There were 4 people on top of the rock, including Elder Xie. When Zheng Shuahai and the others on the back of the cloud-soaring bird saw this, they said, "Greetings, Yangling city lord." The Yangling city lord was a bald man, and his appearance was somewhat similar to that young Master Yang Ling standing on the rock's back. He turned his head and glanced at the green source giant. He snorted and said, "You're overestimating yourselves. Do you think you can get a share of this green source giant?" Elder Xie had already passed the message to him, so he didn't have a good impression of Zheng Shuahai and the others. Hee, then this old man will wait and see. Zheng Shuahai smiled. Humph, watch. Yangling City Lord coldly snorted and jumped down with the 4 people behind him. These 4 men were all early Heavenly Core warriors. If they joined forces, they could even fight the mayor of Yangling City. In simple terms, they were the same as 2 late Heavenly Core warriors. The 5 men swooped down and soon arrived in front of the green source giant. They stared at it vigilantly. "Let's go." Following the order from the Yangling City Lord, the other 4 men struck at the same time. Bang! 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 Attacks landed on the green source giant's dantian, producing a series of explosive sounds. On the other side, Yi Xian and the other 4 men on top of the cloud-soaring bird were gloating smiles on their faces. It looked like their guess was right. This green source giant's defense had exceeded the level of a Xian beast. Even the Yangling City Lord, who was a late Heavenly Core warrior, couldn't do anything to it. Half a minute later, the Yangling City Lord and the other 4 men stopped attacking. How is this possible? The Yangling City Lord was shocked. The other 4 men were the same. Their attacks could definitely kill a late Heavenly Core Xian beast, but they couldn't even break through the green source giant's defense. This was too fake. Just as I thought, this green source giant has refined the celestial blue rock, its defense is indestructible. The Yangling City Lord thought to himself. "Lord, what should we do now?" Old Xia asked. "Continue." The Yangling City Lord didn't believe it. With his late Heavenly Core cultivation, he couldn't break through the Xian beast's defense. This was a huge loss of face. They continued attacking for a while, but it was still useless. Right now, their core energies were almost depleted. "Damn it, we've wasted our energy." The Yangling City Lord cursed. Right at this moment, a hearty laugh suddenly came from the sky. "Ha ha ha, Yangling City Lord, looks like you can't do it either." Without a doubt, the laughter came from the City Lord, Zheng Shuahai. "Old man, shut up." The Yangling City Lord cursed. Zheng Shuahai continued laughing. "What is it? Are you going to break the rule of being the number 1 City Lord and attack me?" "Humph." The Yangling City Lord jumped back onto the rock and asked, "Where did my son go?" "Yangling City Lord, where did your son go? Why are you asking us? When Xia Hui was chasing after us, did you think we could sneak attack young Master Yangling from a distance?" Zheng Shuahai asked. The Yangling City Lord went silent. Xia Hui had told him that Zheng Shuahai and the other 4 Heavenly Core warriors were being chased by him and the Guangjin City Lord. They couldn't do anything to young Master Yangling. Therefore, the one who sneaked an attack on young Master Yangling was someone else. Could it be one of the other 2 upper 3 cities? The Yangling City Lord thought to himself. "Yangling City Lord, even you can't break through the green source giant's defense, what are you going to do?" Zheng Shuahai asked from 1,000 meters away. "Humph." When the Yangling City Lord heard this, he let out a cold snort and didn't respond. He estimated that even if all the late Heavenly Core warriors in the central province were gathered here, the result would be the same. Therefore, in the entire central province, only the mysterious City Lord of the number 1 City Lord could do this. The City Lord of the number 1 City Lord was also the Pavilion Master of the Myriad Pavilion. This man had a mysterious background, no one had ever seen him before. It was rumored that he had stepped into the 4th level of the spirit realm. Looks like I can only report this to the number 1 City Lord. Perhaps the City Lord will be interested in this. At that time, I will be able to receive some rewards. this was the thought in the Yongling city lord's mind. However, right at this moment. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out. Everyone present turned their heads to look, only to see that over 60 meters tall green source giant actually stand up. What's going on? It can move? Everyone was shocked. Chapter 303. Why wasn't it here? Quick, back off! Zheng Shuohai hastily shouted as he quickly backed off. The mayor of Yongling did the same, he quickly backed off. But they were making a mountain out of a molehill. Perhaps it was because its butt was hurting, so it stood up and moved around. What's going on? It has been sitting there for so long, and this is the first time it has stood up. Something is going to happen. Yi Xian, who was sitting on the back of the cloud-soaring bird, furrowed his brows as well. He had a feeling that something big was going to happen soon, that's why he reminded Zheng Shuohai to fly further away. Zheng Shuohai also felt that it was better to be careful. After receiving those profound Earth Core warriors, he immediately backed off to a distance of 10,000 meters away. Roar! The green giant let out a deep roar once again. Everyone's nerves tensed up. Indeed, something big was going to happen. Don't tell me it's going to erupt again. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Every time this green giant erupted, a huge amount of Xian beasts would appear, and they were all worth a lot of money. But this time, he guessed wrong. After the profound heavenly core green giant let out a few deep roars, its body started trembling violently, as if it was going to erupt like a volcano. I think it's going to erupt again, let's go down. Yi Xian reminded everyone. Being on the ground was much safer than being in the air. After all, this cloud-soaring bird had just broken through to the heavenly core realm, so Yi Xian trusted his own legs. Everyone landed on the ground, then spread out and stood in different positions. They didn't want any accidents to happen if there were too many people. Boom! Indeed, after everyone stood in their positions, the green giant that was 10,000 meters away suddenly exploded. That's right, this time it exploded. The 60-meter-tall green giant's body split open, then it shot out into the air. Damn it, self-destruct? Yi Xian was shocked. Before he could react, countless rocks had been blasted into the sky. Even those who were standing 10,000 meters away would be affected by the explosion. Everyone be careful, be careful. Zheng Shuohai shouted with a gloomy expression. But at this moment, Yi Xian rushed out in an instant, running madly towards the green source giant. The green source giant's sudden outburst might have been due to its digestive system. Perhaps it had eaten too much, so there might still be remnants of the celestial blue stone in its body. At the very least, there would be a Xian beast's inner core. Thus, Yi Xian had to rush there before the Yongling city governor did. I'll swallow the great strength pill. Yi Xian immediately exchanged for an earth core great strength pill. His strength instantly doubled, and he threw a punch at one of the meteorites in the sky. But in the next moment, he was stunned. The countless meteorites that flew out began to disintegrate in the sky. Then, they turned into countless fist-sized burning stones that fell down, instantly setting the entire forest on fire. Yi Xian, who was running wildly, was accidentally hit by a rock. The rock immediately embedded itself into his thigh, and the green flames burned him painfully. Bang! Yi Xian's Dan essence gushed out from his body and sent the stone flying. Damn it, it's so powerful. He didn't dare let his guard down. If this rock hit his head would explode. Without hesitation, he undid the 8 desolate sword and unleashed the 8 desolate wind formation. 8 sharp blades started to fly around crazily, shattering the burning stones into pieces and opening up a 10-meter-wide safe zone. However, the consumption of the 8 desolate wind formation was huge. Even Yi Xian, who was at his peak, could only maintain it for 5 seconds. Therefore, he had no choice but to eat a pill that cost 1 devour crystal while running wildly. He estimated that the huge explosion must have brought a huge hindrance to the others. Even the Yangling city governor, who was at the heavenly core realm, would need some time before he could arrive. Half a minute later, Yi Xian finally arrived at the location where the green source giant was. But, before he arrived, he sensed that someone else had arrived before him. Damn it, it must be the Yangling city governor, he got ahead of us. Yi Xian cursed out in anger. Right now, he still needed another 2 to 3 seconds before he could arrive at his destination. If he dared to come out from the forest, the Yangling city governor would probably attack him directly. When Yi Xian was at the minor earth core realm, he could already kill a warrior who had just broken through to the heavenly core realm. Now that he had broken through to the heavenly core realm, killing a normal minor heavenly core warrior wasn't a problem for him. But, this Yangling city governor was at the heavenly core realm. If he fought him head-on, he would definitely be defeated within 10 rounds. Just as Yi Xian was hesitating whether he should go out or not, he heard the Yangling city governor shout out, "Why is there nothing?" Nothing? What was there nothing? Was it the celestial blue stone, or a Xian beast's inner core? Yi Xian approached the Yangling city governor with a surprised expression. He noticed that the Yangling city governor was wandering around like a mad dog. High-grade treasures like the celestial blue stone and Xian beast's inner core would emit energy, and any ordinary person would be able to sense it. Yi Xian also had the high-grade treasure hunting deer bloodline, so he had a strong sense for natural treasures. What's going on? Why is there no reaction from that area? Could it be that the celestial blue stone and Xian beast's inner core have erupted as well? Yi Xian furrowed his brows, then he turned around and left. He started wandering around the burning forest. He didn't have much hope, after all, the explosion of this green source giant was extremely powerful. Everything within a 10,000-meter radius had been destroyed. For ordinary people, it would be difficult for them to even take a single step forward. Even Yi Xian could barely walk through the forest. If I can find the celestial blue stone, perhaps I can use it to break through to the heavenly core realm. At that point of time, I'll be able to travel freely in the entire central province. Yi Xian thought to himself as he ran with all his might. Although the range of his treasure-hunting deer bloodline wasn't big, it was still around 1,000 meters. Things like Xian beast's inner core and the celestial blue stone, he could easily find them. Half a minute passed, but he still couldn't find anything. At the same time, all the trees around him were burned to ashes by the green flames, and his field of vision started to widen. Right at this moment. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. His treasure-hunting deer bloodline had finally reacted, and the reaction was very strong. 12:00, 1,000 meters. He ran with all his might, and it only took him 2 to 3 seconds to cover a distance of 1,000 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. 60 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. 2 seconds later, Yi Xian finally saw what the treasure looked like. It was a green stone. Celestial blue stone. A celestial blue stone the size of a baby's fist. Ha! Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud in his mind. He immediately ran towards the celestial blue stone and put it away, then he said in his mind, "Absorb." However, what surprised him was that an unexpected notification sounded out from the system. Ding, absorption failed. What? Absorption failed? Yi Xian was startled. Why couldn't he absorb the celestial blue stone? Chapter 304. Crisis. Yi Xian immersed his mind into the devouring space. He noticed that this celestial blue stone was different from the one he saw before. The celestial blue stone was dark green in color, and it was glowing with a faint green light. But this small celestial blue stone was slightly transparent. Could it be that this celestial blue stone has been digested halfway, and I can't devour it anymore? Yi Xian thought to himself, then he tried again. Ding, devouring failed. Damn it, Forget it, let's find the inner core first. Yi Xian cursed, then he quickly flew away. He had found the celestial blue stone, but there was still the inner core. If he were to sell it, he would be able to sell it for at least 10 million, or even tens of millions of high-grade crystal stones. But, after searching for a while, there was no reaction from the treasure-hunting deer's bloodline. Right at this moment, the area within the Heavenly Yuan sect had been burned to the ground, and all the rocks that fell from the sky had turned into ashes. Yi Xian, did you find it? A voice came from afar. Yi Xian turned around. It was the Divine Prefecture Alliance's chief, Zheng Miao. Yi Xian pretended to helplessly shake his head, sigh, if I found it, I would have just left, why would I stay here, too bad, we didn't find the celestial blue stone or the inner core. Zheng Miao shook his head. Soon, all the men from the Divine Prefecture city gathered together, and so did the 5 men from the Sun Hill city. These men from the Divine Prefecture city had lost all hope, so they were preparing to leave. But right at this moment. Stop right there. A sudden shout caused all of them to tremble. Wasn't this the Sun Hill City Lord's voice? Sun Hill City Lord, what can I do for you? Zheng Shuahai turned around. Hand over your storage rings. The Sun Hill City Lord shouted coldly. What? Everyone on the back of the cloud-soaring bird were startled. Sun Hill City Lord, do you think one of us has found a treasure? Zheng Shuahai squinted his eyes. That's right, all of your storage rings, hand them over for me to check. The Sun Hill City Lord nodded his head. Cui Linjiang, aren't you going a bit too far? Zheng Shuahai shouted. Cui Linjiang was the real name of the Sun Hill City Lord. Too much? So what if it's too much? Old man, don't talk about the rule of the first city lord. Do you think that just because I can't attack, I can't do anything to you? Cui Linjiang's eyes were cold. Behind him were 4 early heavenly core warriors. On the other hand, there was only one person from Divine Land City. Zheng Shuahai's face darkened. Indeed, Sun Hill City was one of the 3 upper cities of the central state, and they were not allowed to make a move against the city lord of the Divine Prefecture city of the 3 lower cities. However, in the entire central state, only 3 people were subject to this restriction. Simply put, the 4 people behind Cui Linjiang could attack. Not good, this Cui Linjiang never thought of letting us go. Zheng Shuahai instantly reacted. Father, what should we do? Zheng Yu frowned. Zheng Shuahai thought quickly in his heart, but he could not think of any other way out. Now, they probably only had one way to go, and that was to obediently hand over the interspatial ring. However, there was no guarantee that Cui Linjiang would not kill them after taking them. After all, behind Zheng Shuahai's back was the Divine Land City. Once Zheng Shuahai was killed, the Divine Land City would become a city without a master. Looks like we have no choice but to die. Zheng Miao, bring the others and leave this place. Zheng Yu, you ride the soaring cloud bird. I'll jump down and lure the other 2 away. Zheng Shuahai said in a low voice. This was their only way out. There was only one heavenly core rock from Sun Hill City. As long as Zheng Shuahai jumped down, the Sun Hill City would send at least 2 men to kill him. Cui Linjiang couldn't do it himself, therefore, there were only 2 early heavenly core warriors chasing after the soaring cloud bird. Yi Xian, Zheng Yu, and the other 3 men shouldn't have any problems facing 2 early heavenly core warriors. Looks like this is the only way. We'll split into 3 groups, at least we won't be caught in one fell swoop. We'll leave our lives to fate. Zheng Yu said. Little brother Yi, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Zheng Shuahai said with guilt. Senior, I feel like if we split into 3 groups, there's a fatal flaw. Yi Xian suddenly said. What? Zheng Shuahai was startled. Yi Xian said, The rule set by the first city lord is that the city lords of the upper 3 cities are not allowed to attack anyone from the mayor's mansion in the lower 3 cities, right? That's right. Zheng Shuahai nodded his head. Can the Sun Hill City Lord attack this soaring cloud bird? Yi Xian said slowly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed. I don't know. But, that Cui Linjiang might not have thought of this, otherwise, he would have already attacked. Zheng Shuahai said with a gloomy expression. Splitting into 3 groups is too dangerous. Yi Xian didn't agree. He shook his head and said, I have a plan. Little brother Yi, please tell us. Zheng Shuahai's eyes lit up. Yi Xian said without hesitation, Senior, the 5 of you will hold off 2 of them, as for the other 2, leave them to me. What? Leave them to you? Zheng Shuahai and the others were shocked. That's right, Senior, you just need to hold off 1 or 2 of them. Or, we can go down there and have a bet. Let me kill one of them first, then everything will be simple. Yi Xian nodded his head and said. Little brother Yi, are you kidding me? You want to kill a early heavenly core warrior? Zheng Shuahai couldn't believe it. Senior, do you remember? I was only at the early Earth Core realm, but I helped you kill the Guangjin City Lord. Yesterday, I broke through again, and now I'm at the late Earth Core realm. I think with my current strength, I can kill a early heavenly core warrior. After saying that, Yi Xian purposely released his core energy and let these people feel it. Sure enough, he was at the late Earth Core realm. Just like Zheng Miao. Little brother Yi, are you sure you can do it? Although Yi Xian's strength was shocking, Zheng Shuahai still couldn't believe it. If it's that Xie Hui, I have 80% confidence that I can kill him. Yi Xian nodded his head and said. Hearing this, Zheng Shuahai's eyes lit up. If that's the case, as long as we can lure him out and have a fair fight, even if Xie Hui dies, that Cui Linjiang won't be able to use this as an excuse to attack us. Yi Xian nodded his head. The person he was most afraid of right now was that Cui Linjiang. As long as Cui Linjiang didn't attack, then everything would be easy. What he was afraid of was that Cui Linjiang would ignore the rules set by the first city lord. What are you guys whispering about? Are you going to hand it over or not? Cui Linjiang's voice sounded out. Just as Zheng Shuahai was about to speak, Yi Xian jumped down from the soaring cloud bird and landed on the ground. He said, Xie Hui, in this storage ring of mine, there are more than 10 million high-grade crystal stones worth of natural treasures. Do you dare to come down and fight me? Hearing this, all 5 men on the giant rock were startled. Chapter 305. Killing Xie Hui, it's nothing, it's just a battle of life and death. As long as you kill him, his storage ring will be yours. If you die in his hands, then your interspatial ring will be his, Zheng Shuahai replied. What kind of joke is this? Xie Hui furrowed his brows. He knew that the opponent was planning something. Elder Xie, you go down there and kill that guy. Yangling Mayor suddenly said. All right. Xie Hui nodded his head, then he jumped down from the rock. Young man, I don't know what you're trying to do, but I know that you'll be killed by my palm strike. Xie Hui stared at Yi Xian and said. Yi Xian let out an indifferent smile. He stabbed the Bahuang sword into the ground with one hand, and held an empty storage ring with the other. He said, I'm just looking for death, Senior, please grant me my wish. Fine, I'll grant you your wish. Without saying anything else, Xie Hui immediately dashed towards Yi Xian. He didn't even take out his weapon. Why would he need a weapon to deal with an Earth Core warrior like Yi Xian? In just 2 seconds, Xie Hui had crossed 1,000 meters and arrived in front of Yi Xian. He stared at the dumbstruck Yi Xian, then he reached out his claw and grabbed towards Yi Xian's throat. But right at this moment, Yi Xian reached out his hand with lightning speed and grabbed Xie Hui's wrist. At the same time, the Bahuang sword on the ground suddenly broke apart and flew towards Xie Hui. What? Xia Hui's eyes lit up. An Earth Core brat was actually able to catch up with his speed, and even managed to block his attack. This was impossible. In the next moment, he felt a cold sensation on his neck. His head was thrown into the air, and a stream of blood shot up into the sky. Instant kill. Yi Xian released a surge of Dan Qi, blocking the blood that was spurting out. Then, he took out Xia Hui's universe ring. With the bloodline of the treasure-hunting deer, he could see through everyone's belongings. All of Xia Hui's belongings should be in this storage ring. Looking at Xia Hui's dead body falling onto the ground, everyone was shocked and speechless. Killing a mid-heavenly core warrior with a single strike, besides Cui Linjiang, who else could do this? What is that? Everyone focused their eyes and discovered that there were 8 sharp blades floating around Yi Xian. What kind of martial art is that? How can one use their Jindan essence to control a sharp blade and kill Xia Hui? Everyone was puzzled. However, it was a fact that Yi Xian had one-shot Xia Hui. Damn it! What's the matter with this kid? Yangling City Lord could not help cursing. He wondered if he would have ended up the same as Xia Hui if he had been there just now. Yi Xian reassembled the Bahuang sword and shouted, "Who else? Motherf *Ker, this brat is too arrogant. No matter how he did it, I have to go and find out." A middle-aged man turned his head to look at the Sun Hill City Lord and said, "City Lord, let me go. Don't end up like Xia Hui and be killed by that brat." Cui Linjiang nodded his head. He couldn't understand Yi Xian's technique either, that's why he wanted to see it again. "Don't worry, City Lord, I'll definitely kill that brat and avenge Senior Xia." After saying that, the middle-aged man jumped down onto the ground. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. Another man had come to die. There was a reason why he had one-shot Xia Hui just now, it was because Xia Hui didn't put him in his eyes. If it was someone else who had come, and Yi Xian had one-shot him, Xia Hui would definitely be surprised and report this to Cui Linjiang. Then, Cui Linjiang would definitely suspect that Yi Xian had one-shot young Master Yangling and kept his body. But now that Xia Hui was dead, he wasn't worried that Cui Linjiang would find out. This way, Cui Linjiang wouldn't have an excuse to kill him. Most importantly, he had secretly set up an echo formation on the ground just now. If this middle-aged man dared to step into this area, he would not be able to escape his fate of being one-shot. "Brat, I'm going to break your neck with my own hands and avenge Senior Xia." The middle-aged man shouted and rushed toward Yi Xian. However, he wasn't as stupid as Xia Hui. Instead, he took out his weapon and used a large amount of Jindan to protect it to prevent any accidents from happening. When Yi Xian heard this, he just smiled indifferently. What revenge? He obviously wanted Xia Hui's interspatial ring, right? That old man Xia Hui's net worth is not bad. He has about 10 million top-grade crystals. I wonder how much you have. Yi Xian stood in place, quietly waiting for the other party to approach. The echo formation had a range of 50 meters. The moment the middle-aged man stepped in, Yi Xian condensed the great desolate sword and swept it toward him. The middle-aged man's weapon was a long blade. He instinctively tried to block the attack, but he immediately felt a huge impact and was sent flying away. Just now, Yi Xian had secretly eaten a great strength pill, and it wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. If it was Yangling City's governor, Cui Linjiang, he might be able to withstand it, but the middle-aged man in front of him was only at the early heavenly core realm. Bang! When the middle-aged man was sent flying, the 8 Desolation Great Sword also exploded in an instant. The middle-aged man felt his head become heavy, as if his consciousness had fallen into an ice cave. He was frozen, and his mind was slowed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian disintegrated the Great Desolate Sword. Great Desolate Wind Formation, Heavenly Charge. 8 sharp blades formed into a sharp cone above the middle-aged man's head, then they suddenly pierced down. Slash! The middle-aged man's chest was cut open, but his corpse was still sent flying away. Yi Xian took a big step forward and took away the storage ring. Plop! The middle-aged man's corpse fell onto the ground, and it instantly fell into a pool of blood. Yi Xian had once again killed a nascent heavenly core warrior. The Yangling city lord's eyes were wide open. The 4 nascent heavenly core warriors under his command were all very strong, and almost all of them could fight Zheng Shuahai. However, with such strength, they couldn't even withstand a single blow from Yi Xian. This was out of his expectation. This guy killed 2 of my generals in a row. I think he is trying to weaken my strength. Right at this moment, the Yangling city lord finally reacted. But, what he couldn't understand was why Yi Xian had such strength. His talent was comparable to Yang Chen, the leader of the 4 young masters of the Zhong province. You two, go and kill him. The Yangling city lord shouted. Mayor, you, one of the men turned around in shock. Ding Tao, you are the vice mayor of Yangling city. Although you and I have never become sworn brothers, you and I are like brothers. Do you understand what I mean? The Yangling city lord squinted his eyes and said. When the man called Ding Tao heard this, his eyes lit up. Big brother, I understand. Those who were able to cultivate to this stage were no idiots. Ding Tao immediately understood Cui Linjiang's intention. Very good, you guys go. Remember, don't get within 100 meters of that guy. The Yangling city lord reminded them. Chapter 306. Life on the line. Damn brat, die. Ding Tao let out a loud shout, then he started sprinting towards Yi Xian. Not good. When Zheng Shuahai and the other men saw this, their expressions immediately changed. Zheng Shuahai even shouted out, help. They quickly jumped off the soaring cloud bird, preparing to intercept one of them and reduce Yi Xian's burden. However, Yi Xian didn't have a good expression either. He could still handle 2 early heavenly core warriors. What made him feel helpless was that Zheng Shuahai and the other men had fallen into his trap. Bang! Zheng Shuahai immediately attacked Ding Tao, and so did Zheng Yu and the other men. While Ding Tao and the other man were fighting back, Cui Linjiang, who was riding on the back of the rock, also had a murderous look in his eyes. Big brother, I'm injured. Right at this moment, Ding Tao, who was lying on the ground, suddenly shouted out. His shoulder had been grazed by a sword energy just now. Swoosh! Cui Linjiang immediately jumped off the rock and dashed towards Zheng Shuahai. Damn it, we fell into his trap. Only now did Zheng Shuahai realize what had happened, but it was too late. Yi Xian had a gloomy expression on his face. If this was the case, then he had no choice but to quickly reduce the enemy's numbers, then he could attack Cui Linjiang together. 8 Desolate Wind Formation, kill. He took a big step forward and arrived in front of Ding Tao, then he threw out a punch. Ding Tao was defending against Zheng Shuahai's attack just now, so he didn't notice that Yi Xian had arrived in front of him. Only when the latter threw out a punch did he try to block it with his hand. Bang! Yi Xian's punch landed on Ding Tao's shoulder, and at the same time, 8 sharp blades swept across Ding Tao's body. In an instant, Ding Tao was cut into pieces, and his storage ring was taken away by Yi Xian. What? Ding Tao was instantly killed as well? Cui Linjiang was shocked, but now, he had a perfect excuse. After killing Ding Tao, Yi Xian shouted out, Senior, I'll stop Cui Linjiang, you guys kill this man. This person referred to the other man who had come down with Ding Tao. You? How dare you stop me? Give me your life. Hearing this, Cui Linjiang was furious. Yi Xian had killed 3 of his subordinates in front of him. How could he not take revenge? Damn it! When Zheng Shuahai and the others heard this, they were very regretful. Why did they attack without thinking? Yi Xian clearly had the ability to take on 2 people at once. If they didn't make a move, then Cui Linjiang wouldn't be able to either. At this moment, Yi Xian had already activated the deadly wind array to its maximum. He took out pills to recover as he retreated. If he wanted to fight with Zheng Shuahai, he could only rely on the 8 desolate wind slaughter formation. What the F***ck, crispy noodle snacks. Luckily, the Bahuang sword gets stronger when it encounters a strong opponent. Its current boost has already surpassed that of most high-grade earth-grade weapons, Yi Xian thought to himself. Clang! 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 Cui Linjiang held a long sword in his hand and directly charged into the wind-killing array of desolation, slashing away the sharp blades that were attacking him. His strength was not something that Ding Tao and the others could compare to. However, it wouldn't be so easy to stop him like this. Yi Xian was already operating at full power, but Cui Linjiang was blocking it very easily. In fact, it looked like he still had energy left. He gritted his teeth, took out an earth-grade longbow, and raised it to shoot. The deadly wind array of desolation consumed a lot of spiritual power. Yi Xian hadn't tried multitasking before. Now, he was going to try it out. Chain of 7 stars. Yi Xian raised his hand and shot out a series of arrows. Humph. Cui Linjiang also swept out a sword light, scattering the arrows in an instant. What a strong Jindan essence. Even venerable arrows boost can't make up for it. Yi Xian thought to himself, and shot out a few more chain of 7 stars arrows. However, his multitasking gave Cui Linjiang an opportunity. If you focus on these 8 blades, I really can't do anything to you. It's a pity that you gave yourself an opening. Cui Linjiang clearly felt that the speed of the 8 blades had decreased a lot. He took a big stride forward and closed the distance to within 20 meters. Yi Xian was also regretting his decision. He hurriedly put away his longbow and swallowed a pill. He had wanted to use up more of Cui Linjiang's Jindan essence, but now it looked like he had done more harm than good. If attacking won't work, then I'll use another method. He thought to himself, and his hands began to form seals. In an instant, the surrounding air started to sizzle, and clouds of fog started to spread. Cui Linjiang was shocked again. He didn't expect Yi Xian to know spiritual arrays. This was going to be troublesome. This kid's Jindan essence is so strong. It must be the effect of that pill. Now, with this spiritual array, my Jindan essence might be depleted first. Cui Linjiang was a little hesitant. He wondered if he should just retreat and kill Zheng Shuahai and the others first. However, after hearing the angry shouts from behind, he gave up on the idea. City Lord, save me, the man let out a tragic cry. He was besieged by Zheng Shuahai, Zheng Yu, and the other 3, and finally couldn't hold on anymore. Cui Linjiang turned around and saw his head thrown into the air. Blood splattered several meters high. I can't let this go on. I have to end this quickly. Cui Linjiang suddenly made a decision. He activated a cultivation method, and the Jindan essence in his body started to burn. His entire aura instantly skyrocketed by a few notches. What? Yi Xian sensed it and was immediately shocked. Kid, you can be proud of yourself for forcing me to burn my Jindan essence and use my trump card at the risk of dropping my cultivation level. Now, give me your life. After Cui Linjiang's aura skyrocketed, his speed also skyrocketed. He was originally more than 20 meters away from Yi Xian, but after he took a step, he was only 15 meters away. With another step, he swept directly in front of Yi Xian. Kid, die. Cui Linjiang condensed a thick wave of Jindan essence and slashed at Yi Xian. This time, Yi Xian sensed great danger. He hurriedly retracted his 8 blades and formed a shield. Bang! The sword ray slashed the Octaterra shield, instantly sending it flying backward and crashing into Yi Xian. Kid, you're finished. Cui Linjiang shot forward, determined to kill Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian could already smell the scent of death. He didn't expect Cui Lijiang to have such a trick up his sleeve. Everything happened so quickly that he couldn't even find anything useful in the devouring system. Now, there was only one way, and that was to use the exploding aperture technique. Explode all 7 apertures. I'll do it. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and condensed his Jindan essence on his 7 apertures. Poof. 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 However, just as he was about to explode his 3rd aperture, a figure suddenly stepped into Yi Xian's sensing range. Chapter 307. Mini Giant Cui Linjiang, stop. A loud shout rang out. Cui Linjiang ignored it and continued to swing his sword. This time, he was determined to kill Yi Xian, so as to avoid future troubles. When the figure who stepped into Yi Xian saw that Cui Linjiang didn't intend to stop, it instantly crossed 1,000 meters and appeared in front of Yi Xian. Pa! His long sword was easily caught by a pair of hands, unable to move. Who is it? Cui Linjiang's eyes widened as he stared at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. In the next instant, his body trembled. He knew this person. The first main city's vice-city lord, Yang Kai. How could it be him? Cui Linjiang was extremely shocked. City Lord Yang, what are you doing? Yang Kai squinted his eyes and loosened his grip. Cui Linjiang, you can't attack anymore. Why? Cui Linjiang asked. Sorry, this is the city lord's order, I just came out to stop him. Yang Kai explained. Humph, he killed my brother, the vice-city lord of Sun Hill City. I can't go against the first city lord's order, right? After saying that, Cui Linjiang walked past Yang Kai and attacked Yi Xian. However, his sword suddenly couldn't swing down, because the blade was caught by Yang Kai's 2 fingers. I said, you can't attack anymore, or else, I'll kill you on the spot. A murderous intent flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. Suddenly, a mini flying dragon appeared around him. When he saw the mini flying dragon, Cui Linjiang was stunned, and he subconsciously cried out in surprise, the strength of a flying dragon, you're in the physical strength realm? Physical strength realm. This was the realm after the heavenly core realm, and it was also the first of the 4 spirit realms. The mini flying dragon flying around Yang Kai meant that Yang Kai had the strength of a flying dragon. A single punch from him was enough to blow Cui Linjiang apart. That's impossible, you. Cui Linjiang cried out in surprise. Cui Linjiang, are you trying to say that I was only at the late heavenly core realm last year? Yang Kai coldly snorted, could it be that you won't allow me to break through? Cui Linjiang withdrew his sword and took a few steps back. A strength warrior could easily kill 100 late heavenly core warriors. This was the perfect example of reaching the heavens in a single bound. Do you really think you'll be able to break through to the strength realm just by obtaining this nascent heavenly core? Yang Kai said, even if you cultivate your core essence to its peak, without a soul condensing stone, it's impossible for you to shatter your core and form a soul core and break through to the strength realm. Condensing soul stone? Cui Linjiang muttered to himself. This was the first time he had heard of this. Originally, he thought breaking through from the heavenly core realm to the strength realm was just a normal breakthrough, but he didn't expect that he would need something else. Enough, stop, if you continue, I'll kill you on the spot, Yang Kai said slowly. Cui Linjiang fell silent. Just now, he was only half a second away from killing Yi Xian, but Yang Kai had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Yi Xian was only at the late earthly core realm, but he already had such strength. If he broke through to the heavenly core realm, wouldn't he be able to threaten Cui Linjiang? A genius like this had to be killed in the cradle. But now, Yang Kai was here, and the mysterious first city lord was watching. Cui Linjiang was afraid that he couldn't do anything. This Yang Kai was just following orders. Could it be that I was too early to kill him? Could it be that I had to wait until Ding Tao was dead? Cui Linjiang didn't understand the situation, but he had been warned twice by Yang Kai. If he attacked again, he would be the first one to die. Damn it, just you wait. Cui Linjiang cursed angrily, then he immediately summoned De Peng and left in a hurry. Looking at Yang Kai's back as he left, Yi Xian, who had almost died, quickly cupped his fist and said, "Thank you, senior, for your help." "No worries, I was just following orders, goodbye." After saying this, Yang Kai disappeared, not even leaving behind an afterimage. An expert in the strength realm was indeed extraordinary. After he left, Yi Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. This time, they were in danger again. "Little brother Yi, are you okay?" Zheng Shuahai and the others hurried over. "I'm fine," Yi Xian shook his head. "This old master is sorry, I fell into Cui Linjiang's trap and almost killed you," Zheng Shuahai said very guiltily. Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Senior is too serious, at that time, Senior just wanted to help me. No matter what, this is all my fault. Take this interspatial ring as an apology." Zheng Shuahai handed over an interspatial ring, which belonged to the man they had just killed. Yi Xian didn't argue and directly accepted it. "Senior, that Cui Linjiang left in a hurry, maybe he is going to attack Guangjin City, you should go quickly," Yi Xian suddenly said. "Good, then little brother Yi, be careful, come to Divine Land City when you have time." Zheng Shuahai nodded and left with Zheng Yu and the others. Since the Guangjin City Lord was dead, a new city lord must be elected. In the rules of the central state, there was no rule that said a city lord couldn't own two main cities. Although the Guangjin City Lord's net worth was only 10 to 20 million high-quality crystal stones, his territory was even more enormous. At this time, the cloud-soaring bird also flew away, leaving only Yi Xian here. In his heart, there were still many doubts that had not been solved. For example, why did the green source giant self-destruct? Why couldn't he devour the transparent celestial blue stone? Why did the first city lord ask Cui Linjiang to stop, and so on? Ding, devouring failed. Yi Xian tried again, but the transparent celestial blue stone still couldn't be devoured. In desperation, Yi Xian could only move in the direction of Soaring Heaven Mansion. With his current speed, it would take him about a day to reach Soaring Heaven Mansion. On the way, he also poured the contents of the 4 interspatial rings into the devouring space, and then devoured the heavenly treasures that he didn't need. At this time, his devouring crystal stones had reached more than 18,000. However, he felt that there was still a long way to go before he could break through. However, just as he was about to devour the heavenly treasures, he suddenly noticed a strange phenomenon. The forging materials that he had accumulated in the devouring space had disappeared without a trace. What's going on? I've stored so many forging materials, why are they all gone? Yi Xian couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He sank his consciousness into the devouring space, and then, he was shocked to find that there was a small thing moving around in the devouring space. It was the transparent celestial blue stone. However, unlike before, this celestial blue stone had a pair of mini hands and feet, and it was a mini version of the green source giant. Damn, the green source giant? Yi Xian was shocked. Chapter 308. Rock Spirit Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian grabbed the transparent green giant in his hand. Poof. 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 The mini-giant realized that it was being held in Yi Xian's hand. It immediately waved its 2 small stone arms and slapped the back of Yi Xian's hand. "You little guy, what are you? If I say you're alive, you can actually jump around in my devouring space. If I say you're dead, you can't be devoured." Yi Xian looked at the little thing and suddenly thought of something. It was the nut wall in Plants vs. Zombies. However, it was a nut that was half-eaten by zombies and had become moldy and green. The mini-giant felt very uncomfortable being held in Yi Xian's hand. It kept slapping the back of Yi Xian's hand, trying to get Yi Xian to put it down. "You little thing, can you understand what I'm saying?" Yi Xian asked. The mini-giant blinked its eyes, looked innocently at Yi Xian, and then slightly nodded its head. Damn, I can understand you. Yi Xian was shocked again. Only now did he recall the strange reaction of the green giant. Could it be that the green giant couldn't consume that much energy after devouring the celestial stone and was afraid that it would explode? So it exploded several times and gave birth to thousands of green giants. And this mini-giant was mutated from the remaining celestial bluestone? Yi Xian thought to himself. However, this was not important. What was important was that the mini-giant must have swallowed all the forging materials. At that moment, Yi Xian pinched the mini-giant's foot and turned it upside down to see if it would spit out the items. After all, those forging materials were worth at least several million top-grade crystals. Pa! 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 The mini-giant waved its arms wildly in the air and continued to look at Yi Xian with innocent eyes. Yi Xian could not bear to see it like this. At this moment, it suddenly bent its body and pushed Yi Xian's fingers with its two small arms. Surprisingly, it managed to break free. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. He could only watch as the little guy fell head first into the soil. Then, the little thing crawled out of the soil by itself. After glancing at Yi Xian, it turned around and ran. You want to run after eating my food? Yi Xian dashed forward and caught it. He then exchanged for a small cage from the devouring space and threw it inside. The gap in the cage was just slightly smaller than the little thing. It couldn't get out, so it could only beat the cage continuously. Shut up, I'm wondering if I should kill you. Yi Xian said in a low voice. This time, the little thing stopped making a fuss and just looked at Yi Xian pitifully. To be honest, Yi Xian had no idea what this little thing was. Both the storage ring and the devouring space could not store living things, but this little thing was actually able to jump around in the devouring space. It was really strange. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to bring it back to the Great Elder. He threw the little thing into the devouring space and continued on his journey. After breaking through to the minor Earth Core realm, his speed was no longer something that ordinary Heavenly Core warriors could catch up with. Although Zhou Yan and the other four left first, Yi Xian still caught up with them. After that, the 6 of them returned to the Soaring Heaven Mansion together. About a week later, they finally arrived at the Soaring Heaven Mansion. After arriving, Yi Xian quickly left and headed towards the Soaring Heaven Mansion. If it wasn't because he was worried that something might happen to Zhou Yan and the others, he would have returned by himself. When he arrived at the Great Elder's place, he was shocked to find out that Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song were still in that strange state. Could something have happened to them? It's been more than a month. Yi Xian sensed that both siblings had broken through to the Heavenly Core realm. This really scared him. He had been fighting in the outside world for so long, and had almost lost his life many times, but he was only at the late Earth Core realm. But, this pair of siblings' cultivation speed was even faster than his, and this was really hard for him to accept. Luckily, he was able to convince himself with one reason, and that was that Song Suijing was his fiancée. Since Song Suijing was fine, Yi Xian went to look for the Great Elder, Lin Wenyue. Right at this moment, the bamboo forest was once again covered by an illusion formation. Without any other choice, Yi Xian shouted out loudly, "Great Elder, Yi Xian wishes to see you." In less than a second, the illusion formation was removed by Lin Wenyue. Creak! The door of the wooden hut was opened, and a white-haired lady walked out. She looked at Yi Xian and said, "Don't worry, your fiancé will be fine." Yi Xian was startled. He didn't expect his thoughts to be seen through by someone. But this time, he didn't come here just because of Song Suijing. He looked at Lin Wenyue's calm expression and said, "Great Elder, I wonder if you've seen this thing before." After saying that, he took out the beast trapping cage from his devouring space. But in the next moment, he was shocked to find that the beast trapping cage was open, and the little thing was not inside. His heart sank. he found that the little thing was once again stepping on all the natural treasures in his devouring space. F***ck, you bastard, come out. With a thought, Yi Xian grabbed the little thing and threw it into the beast-trapping cage. After seeing the little thing, the great elder's eyes flickered and said, "This is a rock spirit, a type of strange beast. It's born from precious ores, but it's extremely rare." After hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up and said, "Great elder, what's the use of this thing? This strange beast is a type of demonic beast. If it's nurtured well, it can grow into a profound beast in the future. It can even become a sacred beast that's comparable to a spirit realm 4th stage. Lin Wenyue explained. Sacred beast? Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Isn't a wyvern a sacred beast? But great elder, the growth time of a profound beast seems to be very long. Yi Xian asked again. That's right, but this strange beast is different. This rock spirit mainly relies on ores and other forging materials. As long as it eats a lot, it can greatly increase its growth speed. Lin Wenyue said, since you have so many natural treasures, as long as you nurture it with all your strength, it can become a great help to you in the future. Hearing this, the little rock in the beast-trapping cage blinked its eyes. It looked at Yi Xian as if it was saying, "Did you hear that? Hurry up and let me out." Yi Xian thought for a moment. But, how would he know if the little rock was an ingrate? Would it trample him to death when it became powerful in the future? Chapter 309. Conclude a contract. This reminded Yi Xian that there were many mystical beasts in the devouring system. Found it. Slave contract, equal contract, symbiotic contract. Yi Xian immediately found a lot of things. He looked at little Shirtu sneakily and revealed a crafty smile. Little Shirtu blinked his eyes and subconsciously took a few steps back. He suddenly had a bad premonition. Great elder, I'll take my leave first. Yi Xian cupped his fist at Lin Wenyue and left. Lin Wenyue looked in front of her and quietly stood there for a while. Then, she returned to her small wooden house. "TSK, see if I don't kill you. How dare you eat my food and destroy my treasures?" After leaving the bamboo forest, Yi Xian carried a cage in his hand and cursed angrily. As for the little thing in the cage, it was running around the cage as if doomsday had arrived. Yi Xian quickly returned to his residence and closed the door behind him. He placed the cage on the bed and sat cross-legged in front of it. Come, let's try the low-level slave contract first." Yi Xian took out a sheepskin scroll and spread it on the bed. He began to mutter some words that were hard to understand. Inside the cage, little Shirtu was startled and hastily stretched his hand out of the cage. Then, with a cracking sound, he actually opened the cage. Then, he quickly escaped. Yi Xian opened his eyes when he heard the sound. He was almost scared to death. This little guy actually escaped from prison again, right under his nose. However, this little thing was at most a demonic beast, not even a spirit beast. Yi Xian reached out and caught it. "I think it's better to make a high-grade cage for beasts," Yi Xian thought to himself as he took out a new cage. It was more exquisite than the previous one and was about the same size. He threw the little thing inside and closed the small iron door. "You can't open it now, right?" Yi Xian snickered. Only his elixir essence could open this cage. Unless he destroyed the cage, this little thing would not be able to escape. The little thing was running around inside, stretching out its two slender arms as if it was shouting, "Let me out." Yi Xian ignored him and continued to chant his contract incantation. A few seconds later, a purple circle appeared on the parchment. Yi Xian cut his finger and dripped his blood into the circle. TSK, you're finished." Yi Xian placed the beast-trapping cage inside and continued chanting the incantation. The formation on the parchment expanded and enveloped the entire cage. Ding! Formation failed. A system notification suddenly rang in Yi Xian's mind. What? Failed? Yi Xian's eyes widened. He immediately reacted. Perhaps it was because Lil Thing's level was too high, so the level of the contract wasn't high enough. Intermediate servant contract. He spent some devour points to exchange for a new contract. 10 seconds later. Ding! Formation failed. Looks like it's still not enough. Advanced servant contract. Yi Xian began his third attempt. This advanced servant contract cost him a total of 500 devour points. Ding! Formation failed. The same notification sounded again. Yi Xian was stunned. Even the advanced servant contract didn't work. Could it be that he needed a top-tier one? Clap clap clap. Seeing Yi Xian fail so many times, Lil Thing in the beast trapping cage excitedly slapped the bars. If it had a mouth, it would definitely laugh until its teeth fell out. Don't gloat over my misfortune. You're my prisoner now. You'd better obey me obediently. As long as you follow me, you'll have good food every day. What do you think? Yi Xian began to coerce. Lil Thing shook its head, indicating that it didn't want anything but freedom. Here, I'll give you this intermediate earth weapon. Yi Xian exchanged for an intermediate earth weapon, then opened the beast trapping cage. Although Lil Thing wanted to run, he could grab it back with just a stretch of his hand. He wasn't afraid that Lil Thing would run away. When Lil Thing saw the middle-rank earth artifact, its eyes immediately lit up as it pounced on it. Then, a crack appeared under its big eyes, and it bit the blade. Damn, you have a mouth. Yi Xian was shocked. While he was still in shock, Lil Thing actually swallowed the entire intermediate earth weapon. Damn, this is comparable to my sword devouring technique. Yi Xian sighed, then asked, what do you think? As long as you follow me, you'll have these things to eat every day. Lil Thing closed its mouth, but still shook its head. Damn you, you ate my food and you still dare to refuse? Yi Xian reached out and hung Lil Thing upside down. Lil Thing gestured. Yi Xian was stunned, then said, you mean this isn't enough? Lil Thing nodded. Alright, try this. Yi Xian exchanged for another high-grade earth artifact that was worth 5 devour crystals. Lil Thing swallowed the sword in a few seconds. What do you think? Yi Xian asked again. Lil Thing still shook its head, then gestured again. What, you want 100? Yi Xian was shocked. 100 upper earth weapons was worth 500 devouring crystals. Lil Thing meant that it had to eat that many a day. If it ate 500 devouring crystals a day, then it would eat 15,000 a month. No, 5. Yi Xian began to bargain. Lil Thing also shook its head, then gestured again. 90. 10. 80. 15. 70. The two of them argued for a while, then finally settled on 30. 30 upper earth weapons a day was worth 150 devouring crystals. That would be 4,500 devouring crystals a month. In that case, Yi Xian's devouring crystals would only be enough to feed Lil Thing for 3 months. F***CK, you're really asking for too much. Come on. Yi Xian took out another intermediate contract. Ding. Contract failed. Damn, I'm going to waste another advanced contract. Yi Xian painfully exchanged for another one. This time, he finally heard a system notification that was different from the others. Ding. Contract successful. Hearing this, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. The contract had finally been successfully formed. Ding. Host has formed a slave contract with Rock Spirit. Please give it a name. It needs a name? Yi Xian was a little surprised, then asked, what name do you want it to be called? Lil Thing blinked its big eyes. It couldn't speak, so it could only wait for Yi Xian to name it. Lil Thing, Lil Thing, Lil Thing, Lil Foodie, Lil Rock, which one do you want? Yi Xian read them one by one. Lil Thing shook its head to express its dissatisfaction, then gestured again. Hey, you want a fancy name? Fine, let me think. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, Dan, Tainyo, Gosheng, what do you think? Chapter 310. Wei Zhentian, if you want to go higher, then Murong Erden, Huangfu Tiniu, and Xianyuan Gosheng should be fine, right? Yi Xian said. Lil Thing still shook its head. Then Wei Zhentian, Optimus Prime, Jingpa Tian. Potato, Nut, Tomato, Potato. Yi Xian tried to name a few more names. This time, the little thing hesitated thoughtfully for a moment, and then gestured. What, you want the first one? That's too tasteless. Why don't you call it Iron Pillar? That's much easier to pronounce. Yi Xian blurted out. But who would have thought that Lil Thing would jump up and slap Yi Xian on the nose? F***ck, Wei Zhentian is Wei Zhentian. Yi Xian was helpless and quickly named Lil Thing. Ding, naming successful. Lil Thing, no, it should be called Wei Zhentian now. After successfully naming it, there was an additional attribute panel in Yi Xian's system. It was a column of items. Name, Wei Zhentian. Type, Rock Spirit. Current level, Early Stage True Spirit Realm. After eating so much, it's only at Early Stage True Spirit Realm. What a scam. Yi Xian was slightly helpless. At this moment. Ding, the attribute panel has been activated. The Thousand Beasts Bloodline Advancement route has been updated. Hearing this, Yi Xian subconsciously switched to the Bloodline panel. Thousand Beasts Bloodline, Advancement Route 1, Strength. Current level of advancement is 0. Every advancement increases the strength of both hands by 10%. Advancement Route 2, Agility. Current level of advancement is 1. Every advancement increases the movement speed by 10%. Advancement Route 3, Monster Growth Speed. Current level of advancement is 0. Every advancement increases the growth speed of monster by 10%. Advancement Route 4, Monster Attributes. Current level of advancement is 0. Every advancement increases the monster's attributes by 10%. Advancement Route 5, Monster Expansion. Current level of advancement is 0. Every advancement allows the taming of one more monster. There were 3 more advancement routes for the Thousand Beasts Bloodline. Yi Xian's eyes almost popped out. He did not expect the Thousand Beasts Bloodline to have such an effect. These advancement routes are not bad. Unfortunately, I did not encounter the Devourer beast again. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Then, he immersed his consciousness into the devouring system again and directly selected a mystical beast growth plan that was worth 1,000 devouring crystals. Here, eat this. It will help you grow faster. Yi Xian opened a packet of powder. Wei Zhentian doubtfully swallowed it. It sensed that there was no effect at all. Immediately, it reached out and asked for the remaining high-grade earthly tool. Alright, little foodie, take it. Yi Xian immediately exchanged for 29 high-grade earthly artifacts. This little thing had to eat 150 devour crystals a day. If he didn't find a way to earn money, he would become poor. The little thing finished all the food in a few bites and then requested to return to the devouring space to rest. Yi Xian was also speechless, but this time, he directly put the little thing into his storage space. He had just exchanged for this monster space. As long as the monster space stayed inside, it would grow faster than outside. Now, the matter of the Heavenly Yuan sect had come to an end. After Mo Ziyun and the others returned to the Soaring Heaven Mansion, they organized the disciples and prepared to rebuild the Heavenly Yuan sect. This time, the Heavenly Yuan sect had obtained a lot of mystical beast cores. The entire sect's rank would probably increase by a lot. However, when it came to inner cores, the Soaring Heaven Mansion had a lot of them. It was enough to help all the mortal core disciples in the Soaring Heaven Mansion break through to the Earth core realm. The Heavenly Yuan sect was very busy, and so was the Soaring Heaven Mansion. However, Yi Xian was the one with the least amount of free time. Just a week after he returned, Grand Elder Zhou Yan took the time to look for him. Supreme Elder, why are you here? Yi Xian was playing with Wei Zhentian in the courtyard. When he saw Zhou Yan, he was a little surprised. This old man is here to tell you that Kai Jing and the others have come out of seclusion. Zhou Yan said straightforwardly. What? They have come out? Yi Xian was overjoyed when he heard this. The siblings had been in seclusion for so long, and they had finally come out. But they are still consolidating their cultivation, so they might need some time. Come with me. After Zhou Yan finished speaking, he led Yi Xian towards the Soaring Heaven Peak. When Yi Xian arrived at the door of Zhou Yan's cultivation room, he was stunned. Right at this moment, one side of the cultivation room's door was frozen, and the other side was burning red. It looked very strange. While they are consolidating their cultivation, you shouldn't go in. The energy inside is very strange, I was almost blown away just now. You should wait for them to come out by themselves. Zhou Yan said in a somewhat ashamed manner. He was a heavenly core warrior, but he was almost blown away just because he opened a door. If this were to spread out, it would be a disgrace to his reputation. All right. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't disturb them. Sigh. I'm ashamed, I still need a few more days before I can break through to the initial heavenly core realm, but they are already at the heavenly core realm as well. Zhou Yan said with a helpless expression. They are already at the heavenly core realm. After hearing what Zhou Yan said, Yi Xian also had a helpless expression on his face. He was only at the late earth core realm, but Song Suijing and Song Jeju were already at the heavenly core realm. But, this wasn't a bad thing, since the difference in strength wasn't too big, he would be able to bring Song Suijing with him in the future. Both men waited outside the door for half a day. After that, the cultivation room's door finally opened. Crack! The cultivation room's door opened, and two figures walked out from within. Yi Xian. Song Suijing, who had just come out from the special cultivation room, immediately saw Yi Xian. Without hesitation, she jumped into his arms. You've been cultivating for so long, you should be tired, right? Yi Xian gently stroked Song Suijing's hair. Have we been cultivating for a long time? Song Suijing asked in a surprised manner. It's been more than a month. Zhou Yan reminded her. It's been so long, Song Suijing turned around and looked at Song Jeju. She felt like only 1 or 2 days had passed. Alright, since you've come out from your secluded cultivation, it's time for me to enter secluded cultivation. After saying that, Zhou Yan entered another cultivation room. He had absorbed a lot of inner cores, and in a few more days, he would be able to break through to the minor heavenly core realm. Song Jeju sensed his strength, and he realized that his strength was a few hundred times stronger than before, and his physique had improved as well. He couldn't help but say, I thought the divine core realm was very strong, but I never expected that I would break through to the heavenly core realm so quickly, this is incredible. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly recalled something, then he asked, oh right, big brother, are you going to use an axe as your weapon from now on? That's right, I've used other weapons before, but the axe is still the best. Besides, look at my body, do you think it's suitable for me to use a sword? Song Jeju nodded his head. If that's the case, I have a bloodline seed here, you can try it. Yi Xian took out a crystal clear bloodline seed. This was the Axe King bloodline he had exchanged for on the spot, and it had the same effect as the Sword Emperor bloodline. This is Chapter 311. The brother and sister duo had come out of seclusion. I found this bloodline seed by accident, it was left behind by a senior who was proficient in axe skills. Yi Xian handed it over to Song Ju. When Judge Song heard about the bloodline seed, he was startled for 2 seconds. Thank you, brother-in-law. Without thinking too much, he immediately swallowed the bloodline seed. A second later, his eyes opened wide, and he took out a long axe that was taller than him. This is amazing. I feel like this earth-shattering axe has become a part of my body, and I've learned a mid-ranked earth-rank martial skill. Judge Song held the long axe and practiced it. Without hesitation, Yi Xian exchanged for a high-ranked earth-rank long axe and said, "Big brother, this is a high-ranked earth-rank weapon, the Flaming Sun Axe. Also, these are the high-ranked earth-rank martial skills I found, you can take them all." Judge Song couldn't wrap his head around this. It was fine if it was just a bloodline seed, but now there was even a high-grade earth-level martial art and a high-grade earth-level artifact. What had happened in the past month? Just what had happened. Judge Song, these are yours. After Yi Xian passed the items to Judge Song, he took out some other items. A normal high-grade earthly artifact was only worth 5 Devour crystals. However, the one he had just exchanged for was the best of the high-grade earthly artifacts. It was the closest to a celestial artifact. The axe and sword had cost him a total of 500 Devour crystals. Looks like a lot of things have happened in the past month, you need to tell me everything later. Song Suijing was still worried, but when she saw that Yi Xian was fine, she was relieved. Don't worry, there are still some good things. Yi Xian said with a smile on his face. He took out some more inner cores and said, "Both of you have broken through to the Heavenly Core Realm. Here are some inner cores of early Heavenly Core Realm inner cores. Both of us have just broken through, we need some time to consolidate our cultivation. If we want to absorb the inner cores, we need to wait for a while." Judge Song quickly said. "It doesn't matter. Keep it for now. When the time comes, you can refine it on your own." Yi Xian divided the Xian Beast inner core into 2 portions. "That's good, then I won't disturb you. I'm going to try out my new weapon." Ju Song carried the Flaming Sun Axe and excitedly left. As for Song Suijing, she followed Yi Xian back to her residence. The two sat in the courtyard, and Song Suijing began to talk about her experiences over the past month. "You said you subdued a rock spirit. Where is it?" Song Suijing asked curiously. Without another word, Yi Xian directly pulled Megatron out of the artifact space and said, "This is the one. It swallowed so many of my things that I almost can't raise it anymore." "Hey, why is it a kitten?" Song Suijing was also surprised to see Shirling. When Yi Xian heard this, he shifted his gaze. In the next moment, he turned pale with fright. They saw a small green cat sitting cross-legged on the stone table, blinking its big eyes at the two of them. Damn, could it have evolved? Yi Xian hurriedly pulled out the artifact panel and found that Shirling, Megatron Jiantian, was already at the peak of true profound realm and was about to become a profound beast. "Meow," the green cat softly called out, then suddenly collapsed and reassembled in front of the two of them, turning into an elk. Damn, it's really a transformer. It can actually reassemble like the Bahuang sword. Yi Xian was shocked. If this was the case, then it might be able to turn into a rock in the future. At that time, he could sit and fly. Song Suijing looked at the mini elk with shining eyes and said, "Is it the rock spirit? How can it change back and forth? Can it turn into an arrowback pig?" When the rock spirit heard this, it blinked and immediately transformed again. It really turned into an arrowback pig, but it was a mini version. "So cute, what's its name?" Song Suijing held the arrowback pig in the palm of her hand and asked curiously. Megatron." Yi Xian said awkwardly. This world didn't have any transformers, so he definitely hadn't heard of it. "Then let's call it Little Tian." "Little Tian, can you turn back into your original form?" Song Suijing asked again. Then, the arrowback pig transformed again and returned to its original appearance of a nut that was bitten by a zombie. It had 2 thin arms and 2 thin legs. At this time, it suddenly stretched out its hand and faced Yi Xian. Damn, didn't I just give it to you this morning? What, performance fee? Yi Xian was speechless. This was really a foodie. He immediately took out 2 high-rank earthly artifacts and Megatron swallowed them in front of the 2 of them. It eats these? Song Suijing was almost scared to death. Those were 2 high-rank earthly artifacts. Yes, it eats 30 of them a day. Yi Xian nodded. 30 of them. Earthly artifacts. Song Suijing rolled her eyes. 1 high-rank earthly artifact was enough to buy the entire Great Song dynasty. 30 of them were enough to buy the entire eastern region, or even the 4 major regions. Most importantly, this was Megatron's food fee for a day. You little thing, you're already a peak true profound realm spirit beast. If you break through again, you'll become a profound beast. But you won't always be this small, right? Yi Xian asked. Megatron shook its head, then it jumped to the ground and shattered into countless small powder. The next scene made Yi Xian and Song Suijing dumbstruck. They saw Megatron's small powder slowly expand. In the blink of an eye, it became the size of a soccer ball, then the size of a stone table. Yi Xian quickly added, "Let me see your biggest form." Megatron heard this and started to expand crazily. In the end, it condensed into a 10-meter-tall giant. The 10-meter-tall giant seemed to be a profound Earth core realm green source giant. Can you turn into a rock and fly? Yi Xian asked again. In the next moment, the green source giant disintegrated and turned into a rock with a wingspan of 10 meters. It flew a circle in the sky. Not bad. Its speed has already surpassed an ordinary soaring sky rock. If it grows one more time, it will become a profound beast. Yi Xian nodded satisfyingly. It seemed like he was really lucky this time. In just a week, Megatron almost broke through to the profound beast realm. If he was given a month, wouldn't he at least reach the Earth core realm? If he was given a year, wouldn't he be able to break through to the flying dragon realm? The rock spirit turned into a green rock and immediately attracted the attention of the other disciples. What kind of spirit beast is that? A green rock? How come I've never heard of it before? I heard that it's a spirit beast that senior brother Yi tamed. I thought he was a green rock spirit just now. How did he turn into a rock? Let's just focus on our cultivation. Senior brother Yi can already kill heavenly core warriors, and we haven't even broken through to the Earth core realm yet. Let's go, let's go. A group of disciples were discussing among themselves. Chapter 3:12. Trash that can't be raised. Currently, the structure of the soaring heaven mansion was going to change. The 4 manors might merge into one. After all, with so many inner cores, anyone would be able to break through to the divine core realm. However, right at this moment, suddenly, a figure arrived at the door. Yi Xian, are you here? A voice came from outside the door. When Yi Xian heard it, he was surprised, because it was the voice of the chief of the Divine Prefecture Alliance, Zheng Miao. Senior disciple Zheng, please come in. Yi Xian shouted. Zheng Miao hastily walked in from the outside. Senior disciple Zheng, how is Guangjin City? Yi Xian hastily asked. He knew that the reason why Zheng Miao came back to the soaring heaven mansion was because of Guangjin City. Hearing this, Zheng Miao shook his head and said, not good, that Cui Linjiang has returned to the central province, and soon, he will compete with us for the position of Guangjin City's mayor. Senior disciple Zheng, can the mayor of the upper 3 cities compete for the position? Yi Xian was surprised. No, Cui Linjiang is the mayor of Sun Hill City. He won't compete for the position, but his father will. Zheng Miao shook his head and said. Cui Linjiang's father? Yi Xian was startled. Perhaps only a late Heavenly Core warrior could make Zheng Miao fear him. After the mayor of Guangjin City died, the first city mayor sent someone to stay in the mayor's mansion. Anyone can apply to compete for the position of mayor. Right now, more than 10 early Heavenly Core warriors have applied, including those from the upper 3 cities. Besides Cui Linjiang, there is another late Heavenly Core warrior. Zheng Miao started explaining to Yi Xian. 2 late Heavenly Core warriors. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. These were all the top warriors in the Heavenly Water continent. But, when he heard that more than 10 early Heavenly Core warriors had joined the competition, his eyes lit up. Originally, he thought whoever arrived at the mayor's mansion first would get the position, but he didn't expect that he would need to apply. Looking at this, he might be able to get some benefits. Senior Marshal Brother Zheng, the purpose of your visit is? Yi Xian asked again. My grandfather wants your help. If we succeed in taking down Guangjin City, we will split the profits in half. Zheng Miao said. A 50-50 split would make it 50-50. The benefits of Guangjin City might not be high, but all the cities within Guangjin City's territory had to pay taxes to Guangjin City every year. Moreover, Yuan Yibo definitely had many private mines and treasure lands. If they were all mined, the value would be immeasurable. Alright, I agree. Yi Xian nodded. At this moment, Song Suijing also hurriedly said, I want to go too. And, ask your elder brother to join us as well. We can use this opportunity to gain some experience. I want to see how strong all of you are now after breaking through to the Heavenly Core realm. Yi Xian nodded his head. From the moment she entered the room, Zheng Miao felt that Song Suijing was extraordinary. Now that she heard Yi Xian's words, she was stunned. Heavenly Core realm. If that young master Yang Ling was in front of Song Suijing, he would be nothing more than an ant. Without hesitation, Song Suijing left and went to look for Adjudicator Song. The mayor's battle was about to begin, and they had to hurry to the central province. Very soon, Adjudicator Song also rushed over. He was worried about not having a place to gain experience. Zheng Miao rode a soaring cloud bird here, so it only took them a day to travel from the soaring cloud mansion to the central province city. Right at this moment, Zheng Shuahai and the other men were having a discussion in the main hall. When they saw Zheng Miao and Yi Xian, they immediately stood up. Little brother Yi, you're finally here. Zheng Shuahai quickly walked over and greeted them. Yi Xian walked closer and found out that Zheng Yu and another middle-aged man had both broken through to the early Heavenly Core realm. He immediately congratulated them. Congratulations, seniors. This is all thanks to those refined pills you gave me. Too bad, there are only 7 days left until the mayor's battle, and I won't be able to break through to the late Heavenly Core realm in 7 days, Zheng Shuahai shook his head. After that, he looked at Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song who were standing behind Yi Xian, then he asked, these two are? This is my fiancé, Song Suijing, and this is my elder brother, Adjudicator Song. He should be able to fight with an early Heavenly Core warrior, and he will be joining the battle with me. Yi Xian introduced them to each other. This old man thanks you. Zheng Shuahai expressed his gratitude. Senior, you're too kind. Song Suijing smiled. She was really happy, because this time, she could finally help Yi Xian. Little brother Yi, why don't we go to the #1 main city now? Zheng Shuahai asked again. Alright. Yi Xian nodded his head. After that, they sat on the soaring cloud bird and headed towards the center of the central province city, the #1 main city. Right at this moment, all the powerful warriors in the central province city had gathered there. A main city's mayor was extremely powerful, and it had attracted a huge amount of people, including some sects and families in the central province city, and even some lone warriors with extraordinary strength. Of course, some of them weren't here to fight for the position of mayor, they were here to gain benefits from the mayor battle. This time, it took the soaring cloud bird an entire day to arrive at the number 1 main city. The number 1 main city had a city wall that was over 10,000 meters long, and countless people lived within it. At the same time, there was a special rule, and that was that no birds or beasts were allowed to fly over the number 1 main city. Because of this rule, the soaring cloud bird could only land outside the number 1 main city. After that, Zheng Shuohai led Yi Xian through the noisy streets and arrived at the mayor's mansion. So this is the number 1 main city's mayor's mansion? That Yang Kai is a strength realm warrior, then the mayor of the number 1 main city should be at least at the strength realm, right? Yi Xian murmured in his mind. It was very easy to apply for the mayor battle. Anyone could apply, even if they were at the true spirit realm. After the application was completed, Yi Xian and the other two received an identity token. After 6 days, they would gather at the designated location, and someone would escort them to the location of the mayor battle. On the way to the number 1 main city, Zheng Shuohai explained the format of the mayor battle to Yi Xian and the other two, which was to compete for the city mayor's token. The number 1 city mayor would hide the Guangjin city's city mayor's token somewhere. As long as someone found this token and held it for a period of time, they would be the new city mayor. In addition, there were no restrictions on killing, and they could do as they pleased. However, just as Yi Xian and the others left the number 1 main city's mansion, they bumped into another group of people. The leader of this group was someone Yi Xian was familiar with. He was Sun Hill City's city mayor, Cui Linjiang. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Yi Xian subconsciously said. Cui Linjiang looked at Yi Xian and the others, then he coldly harumphed and said, I let you live last time, and I thought you'd struggle to survive. I didn't expect you to come and help Divine Land City. In a few more days, you'll die. Right at this moment, an old man walked out from behind him and said, He's the guy who killed 4 early Heavenly Core warriors from Sun Hill City? Chapter 313. First main city, father, that's him. Cui Linjiang nodded his head. Fine, I'll remember that. When the time comes, I'll kill you myself. A killing intent flashed through the old man's eyes. He was Cui Linjiang's father, the old mayor of Sun Hill City, Cui Feng. Just as Zheng Shuohai and the others were about to retort, Song Suijing, who was standing next to Yi Xian, suddenly took a step forward and let out a cold snort. Old man, don't rely on your old age, don't let Yi Xian break all your bones when the time comes. Seeing Yi Xian being ridiculed, of course she couldn't stand it anymore. Little girl, you've got a big mouth. You better not fall into my hands, or else I'll make you wish you were dead. Cui Feng's eyes once again flashed with a ruthless expression. After that, he led the others and walked into the mayor's mansion in the first main city. This Cui family is really something, they even managed to recruit the 3 freaks of Secluded Mountain. Looks like they are determined to take over Guangjin City. Zheng Shuohai said. The 3 freaks of Secluded Mountain were the 3 masked men behind Cui Linjiang, and they were all at the early Heavenly Core realm. Xia Hui, Ding Tao, and the other 3 were all dead, and in just a few days, the Sun Hill City had recruited another 3 early Heavenly Core warriors, and they were all famous warriors in the Central Province. This had caused the Divine Land City to feel pressured. However, Yi Xian, who was standing there quietly, had a relaxed expression on his face. So what if they were 3 early Heavenly Core warriors? If he ran into them, they would all end up the same. After that, Zheng Shuohai and the others brought Yi Xian to their mansion in the first main city, so that Yi Xian could have a good rest. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Song Suijing and Judge Song continued to learn upper-rank Earth-rank martial skills. They didn't have the Devouring system, so they needed time to learn martial skills. However, with the bloodline of the Sword Emperor and their father, it was very easy for them to learn martial skills. Apart from the corresponding offensive martial skills, their understanding of other martial skills was very ordinary. At the same time, Yi Xian also took advantage of these few days to stroll around the first main city. He discovered that in the first main city's weapon shops, other than selling low-grade earth weapons, there wasn't even a mid-grade earth weapon, let alone a high-grade earth weapon. It seemed that the weapons in the first main city were all monopolized by the All Affairs Pavilion and given priority to those clans and sections. There were still a few days before the slot battle, so Yi Xian wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to improve his strength. Simply put, it was to make money. In the All Affairs Pavilion, as long as one could afford it, they could do all kinds of things. In addition to killing people and searching for people, there were also things to do. Yi Xian immediately went to look for him. The Myriad Pavilion in the number 1 main city was the largest in the entire central state. As soon as Yi Xian entered, a waiter led Yi Xian to a private room. I need some forging materials. Medium and high-grade earth-tier materials. I need at least 10 million top-grade crystals. How many do you have? Yi Xian got straight to the point. 10 million top-grade crystals. The waiter was stunned. Thinking that he had encountered a big order, he hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, please wait a moment." He left in a hurry. Not long after, he came back with another person. Yi Xian happened to see this person before. It was the first main city's vice-city lord, Yang Kai. It's you? After Yang Kai saw Yi Xian was more or less surprised. Senior, we meet again. Yi Xian was also surprised. You need a lot of forging materials? Yang Kai also got straight to the point. Yes, a lot, Yi Xian nodded. Yang Kai didn't talk nonsense and directly took out some forging materials, asking, "How many do you need?" "I'll take as many as you have." Yi Xian replied. He really had an infinite demand for forging materials. He only needed to think about it and he could succeed. As for the remaining materials, he could also give them to Wei Zhentian as snacks. Okay, since you need a lot, I can give you according to the market price. Yang Kai directly calculated and then reported a number, 13 million top-quality crystal stones. Yi Xian took out this number of top-grade crystals and completed the transaction. Also, City Lord Yang, do you also accept mid-rank or high-rank earth artifacts? Yi Xian asked again. Yes, mid-rank earth artifacts cost 600 top-grade crystals and high-rank earth artifacts cost 60,000. Of course, it depends on the quality. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and began to calculate a large amount of Yi Xian. I see. Then I'll take my leave. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he directly left. Yang Kai looked at Yi Xian's departing back and muttered in his heart, I wonder why City Lord is so interested in this little brat. After leaving Myriad Pavilion, Yi Xian returned to his residence. With the 13 million top-grade crystals, he estimated that he could forge at least 300 high-rank earth artifacts and 20,000 mid-rank earth artifacts. If he sold them, he would make double the profit. Unfortunately, there were not many materials. He directly finished forging everything in a small alley and then returned to Myriad Pavilion. It just so happened that Yang Kai was in the hall. Little brother, do you need anything else? Yang Kai asked in surprise when he saw Yi Xian return. I brought a batch of high-rank earth artifacts, Yi Xian nodded. Yang Kai was shocked and hurriedly led Yi Xian to a side room. 300 high-rank earth artifacts, 20,000 mid-rank earth artifacts, high quality. Yang Kai was shocked. When he saw the name on the hilt of these earth artifacts, he exclaimed, Yi Xian? Oh, my family will always put my name on the artifacts after they are forged. Yi Xian hurriedly explained. If he told Yang Kai that he had forged so many earth artifacts in 1 minute, this Strength Realm Master would definitely be shocked to death. I didn't expect that in addition to the 3 blacksmiths in the upper 3 cities, there would be another master. Okay, I'll buy all of these earth artifacts at the same price as before. Yang Kai directly took out 30 million top-quality crystal stones. Yi Xian accepted it with a smile and completed the transaction, earning a net profit of 17 million top-quality crystal stones and 30 million top-quality crystal stones cultivation base. After the transaction was completed, he said, "City Lord Yang, I still need some things. What do you need?" "Just tell me," Yang Kai said. "Celestial blue stone, dragon jade," Yi Xian said a lot of things at once. "You want to forge a heaven artifact?" Yang Kai instantly understood. "And, the elders of my family want to practice. In addition, they need a heaven-grade martial art. I wonder if Myriad Pavilion has any." Yi Xian nodded. "We have a little celestial blue stone and dragon jade, but we don't have any other materials. As for heaven-grade martial arts, we don't have any." Yang Kai replied. At this time, Yi Xian realized that even if Myriad Pavilion had a heaven-grade martial art, he probably couldn't afford it. This was definitely not something that could be bought with a few thousand or 10,000 spirit stones. "Then I also need some alchemy materials.